Chapter 1082. Voices rang through the air from the distance, and the cultivators from Emperor Li's realm who were fighting scattered one by one. The sacred general of Tian and the sacred general of Dou stepped forward towards where Chao Kong was fleeing and pursued him. Voices rang through the air from the distance, and the cultivators from Emperor Li's realm who were fighting scattered one by one. The sacred general of Tian and the sacred general of Dou stepped forward towards where Chao Kong was fleeing and pursued him. The rest of them continued along in the direction of the battle, all of them moving extremely quickly. Xia Qingyuan glanced all around the battlefield. Yaya had fallen down to the ground, and Yu Wuchen was bathed in endless sword will. In a bright, clear voice he said, "Thank you, Sword Master, for your sword!" As he said this, the sword wills pierced through the air, shooting up into the sky. This was the sword that the Sword Master of Lihin used to enhance his perception, and that he could use to help him in battles of life and death. How he would return his sword! Xia Qingyuan's face was expressionless as she observed this scene. But on the inside she still felt some gratitude to the Sword Master of Lihin. In the past she had once gone to Lihin Heaven and asked the Sword Master of Lihin to teach her swordsmanship, and to help her understand the way of the sword better. Yu Wuchen descended to the ground, where he sat cross-legged. His breathing suddenly became weaker. But Xia Qingyuan and the others continued forward. All of the saints stopped fighting. The saint-level cultivators of the 9 states had all been injured, and none of them had only been injured once. But at that moment they were only worried about how Futian was doing. Xia Qingyuan had rushed over, and the cultivators from Emperor Li's realm were scattering. As long as Futian was alright, then this would count as a loss for Emperor Li's realm. Xia Qingyuan and the others strode forward. Eventually they saw a group of people coming towards them. Among the people at the very front of the group were Futian and Yu Sheng. At that moment, Xia Qingyuan breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that nothing terrible had happened to him. Xia Qingyuan stepped forward and walked in front of Futian. At that moment, he and Yu Sheng were extremely weak. Her expression was exceedingly cold, and the warm air all around them seemed to be chilled in an instant. "Pass on my order," she said. "Anyone from Emperor Li's realm in the empty realm is to be killed without mercy. No exceptions." "Yes, Your Highness," said the people beside her. At this point, Emperor Li's realm had already been defeated in the Battle of Empty Realm, but they had ordered their saint-level cultivators to launch a surprise attack on Futian. Li Yao had even personally appeared as a decoy, but they had sent out saints who had reached the peak of the Nirvana plane. This kind of action was extremely odious. Xia Qingyuan could not tolerate it. If Emperor Li's realm wanted to go to war, let it be known that it was them who had made the first move. Many people were secretly trembling. Emperor Xia's realm and Emperor Li's realm had always been in conflict, and had clashed over and over again. And this attack had probably intensified the conflict. No one knew what would happen in the future. "I'm going forward to take a look," said Futian. He still had not seen the others, and he was worried about the safety of the people from the 9 states. As he went forward he finally reunited with Glass Saint, the village chief, and Saint Xia. When he saw that they were all injured, his heart grew cold. Simply put, the cultivators from Emperor Li's realm's target had been him and Yu Sheng. They just wanted to force everyone else to retreat so they could kill them. They probably had had no heart for a fierce fight, and they would not have suffered misfortune if there hadn't been. But the wounds on everyone from the 9 states showed that they would fight to the death. Otherwise, they would have taken a step back and their opponents would have ignored them and been able to leave directly. If that had happened, how could they have gotten hurt? The village chief rushed forward, and when Futian saw him moving, his heart leapt. He also rushed forward, and saw Yu Wuchen kneeling on the ground with sword wills wrapped around him. There was nothing too wrong with him. The Sword Master of Lihin had once used Yu Wuchen's sword. And not only sword, but his life as well. That life should have been his. Perhaps the Sword Master of Lihin had thought that there would be some kind of accident up in the sky, and that was why he had done what he did. Had he truly lent his sword to Yu Wuchen? Or had it been to Futian? There was no way to know, but no matter who he had meant to lend it to, It was enough to remind him that he owned the sword master of Li Hin alive. Finally they all reached Yaya's side. At that time she had fainted, and the village chief had gotten there first and was supporting her. Yaya's mouth and clothes were stained with blood. Yaya had not been the only one wounded in the attack, many others had been as well. Even his powerful sworn brothers had been heavily wounded, and blood poured from their ears, eyes, mouth, and nose. They were all extremely weak. Li Yao. Yi Futian clenched his fists. The vengeance that he owed him had just gotten even deeper. At that moment, a group of figures came rushing through the air from the distance. The sacred general of Tian and the sacred general of Bu and their cultivators had returned. Chao Kong has set all his will to fleeing, they said. We could not stop him. But several of the saints who participated in the battle were stopped and killed. Li Yao of Emperor Li's realm is no longer in the empty realm. He probably started up a space matrix in order to leave. And not only that, Emperor Li's city is now a ghost town. Obviously Li Yao had already made preparations before he had acted. No matter if he was able to kill Yi Futian or not, he would be able to predict that there would be great disturbances afterward. Why would he wait in the empty realm for Xia Qingyuan to deal with him? Of course he had left straight away. Is the princess all right? Asked Yi Futian. These words carried deeper implications than their surface meaning. Of course, he was not blaming Xia Qingyuan. This whole situation definitely had nothing to do with her. Moreover, when he had first set out, she had sent people to protect him in order to guard against this sort of thing. Although the likelihood of Li Yao doing something crazy was quite low, they had still been prepared for it. But Shaoxing's words had changed everything, and had nearly cost Yi Futian and his friends their lives. Yi Futian also did not blame those cultivators who had left. The two sides had no relationship with each other, and in Emperor Xia's realm he was nothing more than the princess's valet. He had no right to ask them to do something for him. Moreover, since Shaoxing had sent a message saying that Princess Xia Qingyuan had met with a surprise attack, they had to go, even if there was only a 1% chance of that being true. They were Emperor Xia's people. They were the princess's people. They weren't Yi Futian's people. Li Yao sent some saint-level cultivators from the empty realm to the holy mountain to create an illusion to confuse me. They did not actually dare to act, but delayed me for some time. It was my fault for being too slow, said Xia Qingyuan. She knew that if she had been only a moment later, Yi Futian would have really been in danger. And the fact that Yi Futian and the others had survived this battle was already a miracle. It was truly a miracle. If Yaya had not counterattacked with all of her power, and if the sword master of Li Hin had not lent his sword to Yi Wuchen, Yi Futian would not have survived. He knew this all too well. Princess, this is all my fault, a voice rang out. When she heard this, Xia Qingyuan's eyes flashed with cold light. She turned her cold eyes slowly, looking towards the figure from which the voice had come. It was Shaoxing. When the saints that Li Yao had sent appeared, I panicked. I didn't wait for orders, but directly sent the message to Xuanji Mountain, leading to Brother Yi and the others suffering a surprise attack. But fortunately nobody came to any great harm. Shaoxing bowed to the princess. Please forgive me, princess. Shaoxing had actively admitted his mistake. At that moment his head was bowed very low, as if he were truly admitting that he had done something wrong, and begging the princess for her forgiveness. Yi Futian's gaze fell upon Shaoxing. He had just asked if the princess was all right, but what he was really asking about was Shaoxing's message. He had previously guessed that Xia Qingyuan would not have sent people to call back his guards. Li Yao would not dare to attack Xia Qingyuan. So he had asked if something had happened to Xia Qingyuan. Xia Qingyuan had said that it was just Li Yao trying to confuse her, and that war had not really broken out. So, Shaoxing had come back with the message, and had stated that there were no orders from Xia Qingyuan. What did he mean by this? Well, if that was all that it was, then it was all right. When Shaoxing had rushed to Xuanji Mountain, Chao Kong and the other cultivators from Emperor Li's realm had all been there. When he saw that, Shaoxing must have thought that something had happened, and that Li Yao's target was him, not Xia Qingyuan. But Shaoxing had summoned people to go out without any hesitation, and moreover had said that the princess was under attack. It could be said that he was extremely decisive at that time. He had been determined to send people, and to have them gather the people from Divine Cloud Valley along the way. If Shaoxing had said that he meant nothing by this, could Yi Futian really believe it? And it was not only Yi Futian. The other people from the 9 states were all looking at Shaoxing extremely coldly. He had seen that Yi Futian was surrounded by the cultivators from Emperor Li's realm, and had still said that the princess was under attack and sent people to her. Broadly speaking, didn't this mean that he had tried to kill Yi Futian? He had just tried to use others to do it. "You have indeed done wrong," said Xiaqing Yuan coldly. "You said the princess is under attack." "When was I under attack? Li Yao sent saints to surround the holy mountain. The situation was dire, so I immediately sent people from the Shao clan to get people to come help. I naturally thought that Li Yao was moving against you." Xiaqing still had his head bowed. "Under such circumstances I could not take too much time to think." "You could not take too much time to think?" Yi Futian said suddenly. A sharp look flashed in his eyes. He still remembered Shaoxing's expression when he had relayed his message. Cold, without a hint of emotion. At that time, it had not looked like Shaoxing had cared about the princess's safety at all. "Either way, this situation is my fault. No matter how you punish me, princess, I will not complain." Shaoxing bowed again, still sounding honest and sincere. "What do you think, Yi Futian?" Xiaqing Yuan turned her gaze to Yi Futian. The one who had really been in danger here was Yi Futian. He would probably not let Shaoxing off too easily. This was a thorny problem. Yi Futian would most likely want to kill Shaoxing. She did not think that it would be strange for him to want this, nor would she blame him for it. But even though Shaoxing was in the wrong, if they killed him they would never be able to explain it to her mother and the Shao clan. "I think that you should thoroughly investigate this matter, princess. I believe that you will handle it well," said Yi Futian. He did not give his own opinion on the matter. "I will." Xiaqing Yuan nodded. "Many people have been injured. Have them returned to Emperor Xia's realm. They could slow down when handling this matter." But many people in Yi Futian's group had been wounded, and it was not suitable for them to stay in the empty realm. "All right." Yi Futian nodded. Then they all gathered together and left in the direction of Emperor Xia's city, where they prepared to depart. "You are just going to let him off like that?" Luo Fan's voice was extremely cold. Everyone could see it clearly. Shaoxing had plotted against Yi Futian, and had tried to have him killed. The princess was Shaoxing's cousin, and Queen Xiao was his aunt. Even if the princess wanted to act against Shaoxing, the matter would not be easily decided. By handing the affair over to Xiaqing Yuan to handle, Yi Futian had made things difficult for her. It would be extremely difficult to act against Shaoxing. "Let him go!" A cold, murderous light flashed in Yi Futian's eyes. "He must die." Li Yao wanted to kill him because they were enemies. So if Shaoxing wanted to kill him, it was even more unforgivable. Chapter 1083, Xiaqing Yuan, Yi Futian and the others had originally planned to cultivate in the empty realm for a period of time, at least 1 year. After all, in 1 year the spirit stones of the Great Path would be distributed. Xiaqing Yuan, Yi Futian and the others had originally planned to cultivate in the empty realm for a period of time, at least 1 year. After all, in 1 year the spirit stones of the Great Path would be distributed. However, this sudden incident had made Yi Futian and the others use the grand matrix of space to return to Emperor Xia's realm earlier. Xiaqing Yuan would naturally stay in the Imperial Palace, and the others left individually. Yi Futian and the others returned to the mountain villa to cultivate and heal. This time, many of them were seriously wounded. But before long, Xiaqing Yuan sent a powerful saint-level cultivator who was skilled in the healing arts from the Imperial Palace to cure their wounds, both wounds of the body and wounds of their spiritual willpower. Because of this chaos that had taken place, any of the cultivators from the top forces of Emperor Xia's realm returned, and the news quickly spread to all corners of Emperor Xia's realm. The news of their victory in the empty realm had made it back to Emperor Xia's realm a long time ago. Now, as everyone was returning, many of the details were being passed around as well. Many people marveled at the fact that Yi Futian had helped Xiaqing Yuan seize victory all under his own power. However, this person who had rendered outstanding service had earned the jealousy and hatred of Emperor Li's realm due to this, and thus had been subjected to an extremely dangerous attack. The Sword Saint of the Void had reappeared during that attack, and the Sword Master of Lihin had lent out his sword. This left many people amazed. When Yi Futian and Wang Chuan had fought upon the 33rd level of Lihin Heaven, what had really happened? They had thought at first that Wang Chuan of Lihin Heaven had been defeated, and thus had not taken part in the Battle of Empty Realm. But for the Sword Master to lend his sword meant far more than simply participating in the battle. The Sword Master of Lihin's skill was forging 33 sword wills. He had lent one of them to Yi Wuchen to enhance his perception. He had helped him at the hour of life and death. Was this the attitude of a master personally teaching a disciple? Even though Yi Wuchen had showed extraordinary talent for swordsmanship at Lihin Heaven, would that really be enough to make the Sword Master of Lihin do this? No one knew what the Sword Master of Lihin was really thinking, but this foremost swordsman of Emperor Xia's realm had a bearing that made people admire him. Many people thought that Yi Futian had fought his way up to the 33rd layer of heaven in order to humiliate Lihin Heaven. But he had lent his sword to Yi Wuchen. This kind of bold vision was truly worthy of a top saint. Later, more details of the attack came out. At first, Xiaqing Yuan had sent people to protect Yi Futian, but they had been ordered to gather together and leave by Shaoxing, which had led to Yi Futian coming into grave danger. Now, it was said that the princess was investigating the matter. Was Shaoxing really trying to save the princess, or was he simply trying to kill Yi Futian? The latter option was probably not true. After all, Yi Futian and Shaoxing had no enmity between them, and it could even be said that they had nothing to with each other. Why would Shaoxing try to kill him? But those people from top forces who had gone to the empty realm had seen more than anyone else. Shaoxing certainly had sufficient reason to want Yi Futian dead. But on the bright side, Shaoxing was also justified. He was indeed thinking of the princess when he did it. The core members of the Shao clan had gathered in the palace of the Shao clan in Emperor Xia's realm. The person sitting at their head was Old Man Shao. Those around him were all core members of the Shao clan, all of his sons. And sitting before them all was Shaoxing. At that moment Old Man Zhao's face was quite ugly, as if he were quite angry. He gazed coldly at Shaoxing and said, "What on earth have you done? You have made Qing Yuan order an investigation." Xiaqing Yuan had given the order to investigate this matter, and even to directly investigate the Shao clan and those beside Shaoxing. He was Xiaqing Yuan's grandfather, and the head of her mother's clan. The people in this mansion were all Xiaqing Yuan's relatives. Even though she was the princess, she should still have deep feelings for the Shao clan. And yet, at that moment his granddaughter, Princess Xiaqing Yuan, had sent people to his household to investigate him. What did this mean? When outsiders saw this, they would think that a rift had formed between the princess and the Shao clan. It was obvious that what Shaoxing had done had made Xiaqing Yuan angry, and that was why she had acted in spite of what Old Man Shao might want and sent people to investigate him. At that moment, Shaoxing's face was rather pale and his fists were clenched. He knew that Xiaqing Yuan thought highly of Yi Futian, but he had underestimated just how much. Had she really launched an investigation into the Shao clan over an outsider? This now not only implicated her cousin, but all of the Shao clan. "I've already said all I have to say. You must know, grandfather, that the situation was very tense. I was worried for the princess's safety, and so I naturally sent people to protect her," said Shaoxing. "Who is the princess? Who is Yi Futian? Should Yi Futian really have been the one I worried about in that situation?" The blood of the Shao clan flowed in Princess Xiaqing Yuan's veins. "Is that all?" Old Man Shao asked coldly. "I only did what needed to be done. If the princess blames me for this, I will have no complaints," answered Shaoxing. When he had spoken to Xiaqing Yuan, he had learned that she regarded Yi Futian far more highly than him. Yi Futian had lived, so naturally there was no problem. In that case, it was best to try and find an opportunity. The worst possible result was just that he would not have a chance to be at Xia Qingyuan's side. This would not too different from if Yi Futian was alive. In that case he would also have to dampen his ambitions and not think about them anymore. He would have to find another path of cultivation. So he did not regret doing what he did. "There is a report for you, master," came a voice from outside. "Come in," said Old Man Xiao. A figure quickly came in from outside. After he had stepped into the hall he bowed slightly and said, "News has come from the outsea world. Master Shaoxing has been in contact with people from Emperor Li's realm." Everyone was shocked when he said this. They all gasped loudly. Shaoxing had been in contact with people from Emperor Li's realm? If that was so, then him transferring people away from Yi Futian's side could absolutely not be explained simply by his concern for the princess. That would mean that he had collaborated with the enemy to kill one of his own. This kind of crime would be enough to finish Shaoxing, and would even put a black mark on the entire Shao clan. "I have not!" Shaoxing's face suddenly changed. He knew that this crime was not something that he could bear. In a flash many pairs of ice-cold eyes gazed at Shaoxing. The members of the Shao clan looked at him with severe expressions. The atmosphere in the entire hall had changed. The Shao family was the family of Emperor Xiao's queen, who had given birth to Emperor Xiao's favorite daughter, Princess Xia Qingyuan. Thus, they were at the height of their power, and almost stood at the top of Emperor Xiao's realm. Everything that they did was to make their relationship with Emperor Xia closer, and to go a little farther. Of course, they did not seek to take advantage of this, they just wanted to follow in Xia Qingyuan's footsteps. If Shaoxing was charged with collaborating with the enemy, he would not be the only one who would be unable to bear it. This would put a black mark on the name of the Shao clan. After this, it would be impossible for Emperor Xia and Xia Qingyuan to place the Shao clan in an important position. "Where did this news come from?" Old Man Xiao asked the man who had come in. "I don't know the source. It seemed to suddenly appear out of thin air. It seems like someone was spreading it on purpose," the man answered. "Grandfather, someone is trying to frame me." Shaoxing's expression finally changed. If he was accused of collaborating with the enemy, the situation would be far worse than he had anticipated. Old Man Xiao, who normally seemed so warm, was now cold and stern. His eyes were like knives that seemed to pierce directly into Shaoxing's mind. "Shaoxing, there will be traces left behind of anything that you have done. I understand Qingyuan's nature a bit. If she is going to do something, she will do it thoroughly. Don't think that there is any use in hiding anything. If you have done something, your best option is to admit it immediately. Maybe then you will still have a chance. But if you mean to hide it and wait until you are found out, I will have no control over the consequences." Old Man Zhao's voice pierced Shaoxing's ears. In that moment he felt a terrible pressure. It came not only from Old Man Xiao, but from everyone in the hall. At that moment, he felt like he was suffocating. His expression changed constantly, like he was struggling with himself. Finally, he lowered his head and bowed, saying, "Grandfather, no matter what, I would not dare to collaborate with the enemy. The blood of the Shao clan flows in the princess's veins. How could I dare to help Emperor Li's realm against her?" As he said this, everyone was still staring at him. Shaoxing broke out in a cold sweat, but he continued. "It's just that I met a female cultivator in the empty realm. She told me that Li Yao meant to attack the princess, and if that happened that I should immediately call cultivators to protect her. Is that all?" A cold voice echoed throughout the hall. "At a single sentence from her you rushed to do her bidding? How close was your relationship with her?" continued Old Man Xiao. How much was Shaoxing revealing, and how much was he hiding? Shaoxing knelt to the floor and said, "I admit, everything that you think happened did indeed happen. But I swear I never made any contact with people from Emperor Li's realm, nor did I ever speak of betraying Emperor Xiao's realm. Don't tell me that you didn't suspect that's what you were doing." Old Man Zhao's eyes were sharp. "You were taking advantage of the situation, and taking the opportunity to get rid of Yi Futian." Shaoxing lowered his head and said, "In everything that I did I never committed treachery. All along I was thinking of the clan. Slap! A crisp sound rang out as Old Man Shao slammed his hand down on his armrest. His face was cold. These words might work on me. I believe you, and the people of the Shao clan believe you too. But how do you intend to explain this to Xiaqing Yuan? Xiaoxing lowered his head. Aunt will understand me. Everyone in the Shao clan stared at him with fury in their hearts. This was simply dastardly. They all understood that once this got out they would have to give up all hope of sending Xiaoxing to the palace to cultivate. Xiaqing Yuan would never trust him again, nor would she ever make use of him. Father, Xiaoxing is guilty. I will take him to the palace to admit his guilt, said Uncle Xiao to Old Man Xiao. You are planning to go to your sister, aren't you? How could Old Man Xiao fail to see what he was thinking? Xiaoxing had made a terrible mistake, and word of it had reached the outside world. Someone was clearly trying to incite conflict. Under these circumstances, if things deteriorated at all it would be very serious. Now, the only who could help Xiaoxing was Queen Xiao. Chapter 1084. In the midst of the mountain, Futian came to the cottage villa. In the midst of the mountain, Futian came to the cottage villa. There, a quiet figure sat cross-legged, eyes closed, cultivating. The wind passed through and caressed her long strands of hair. It was Yaya. She had already woken up. Futian walked next to Yaya, only to see her opening her eyes. The breath from her body was still not as steady as before. How are you? Futian asked. Fine, it is just that the cultivation of these few years had been wasted. I need to start from the first level of the Saint Plane, Yaya whispered as if she did not mind it at all. The battle with Chao Kong, with her recovered realm, was not enough to stop Chao Kong of the Nirvana Plane. The only way was to return to the peak. This battle had cost her dearly. Her cultivation in recent years was destroyed. Futian sat next to her, and handed a storage ring to her. What? Yaya looked at him and asked. You cultivated the power of the Great Path in space. Everywhere here are the Great Path fragments with space attributes. They should allow you to speed up your cultivation, Futian said. Yaya looked at him and said, Save it for your own cultivation. Your comprehension had long been accomplished. The only thing left was just the realm. It would be faster used on you. As Futian was saying, he reached over and took her hand, then placed the storage ring in her palm. Otherwise, if you encountered similar situations again, could you still count on me? Looking up at him, she saw Futian smiling while closing her hand and whispered, Focus on cultivating, we need you in the future. As he was speaking, he stood up and left. When he turned around, his eyes suddenly became cold. There were news from the outside that Xiaoxing had colluded with Emperor Li's realm. If so, he truly deserved to die. Even though he blocked Xiaoxing's way, but it was ultimately to contribute his power to the battle for the empty realm, and help Emperor Xia's realm to win the battle. If Xiaoxing wanted to get him out of the way, he could have done it in the open, no need to find a pretext, even resort to colluding with Emperor Li's realm. Who else was more deserving of death if not Xiaoxing? Of course, this whole thing seemed somewhat odd. If Xiaoxing had really gone to the enemy and colluded with Emperor Li's realm, why would such news suddenly come out? With the background of the Shao clan in Emperor Xia's realm, there were few in Emperor Xia's realm who would dare to spread such news at will, because once found out by the Shao clan, they would not easily let it go without retribution. Unless Li Yao had done it intentionally? If so, what was his motivation? Deliberately inciting the contradiction between himself and Xiaoxing, thus offending the Shao clan who stood at the top of the Emperor Xia's realm? The Shao clan was royalty. If he touched Xiaoxing, then Li Yao's purpose was accomplished, and knew that Futian would feel compelled to do so. This was also why the plot was the insidious and extremely nasty. But even if he knew all that, could he just let Xiaoxing go? But for now, it was better to wait and see. After all, Xiaoxing's status needed to be considered, and Xiaqing Yuan was already investigating the matter. He would not be impulsive and out of bound. Otherwise, it would only create embarrassment for Xiaqing Yuan. Whoosh! Futian let out a heavy breath, and felt a little depressed. He felt that although Xiaoxing was guilty, There was little hope for Xia Qingyuan to execute him for it. It could even be said to be nearly impossible. After all, he was the grandson of Xia Qingyuan's maternal grandfather, the son of her uncle, and the nephew of her mother, Queen Xiao. All these relations involved, with layers upon layers of blood and kinship. Even though Xia Qingyuan has the power as a princess, she was equally subjected to constraints. Punishment was likely, but execution was difficult. After Yi Futian left, he went to visit senior brother, Knife Saint, and the others to check on their recovery. When Yi Futian was thinking about all these, Shao Xing's father, Shao Qianhe, had already entered the palace with Shao Xing to visit Queen Xiao, who was also Xia Qianhe's sister. After they entered the palace, Shao Qianhe had Shao Xing explained everything in detail. Naturally, he understood that this thing could not be concealed. Although Queen Xiao was his sister, she was also the queen. If he dared to deceive even the queen, the consequences would only be dire still. To admit guilt and ask for forgiveness was counting on that the aunt would not want to execute her own nephew over this. Examine this incident carefully. Although Shao Xing was a bit foolish, the fortunate thing was that even though he was being used, but he never really had any contact with Li Yao, so at most, it could be said that he was merely borrowing the advantages from Li Yao. It was true that he wanted to kill Yi Futian, but ultimately it failed, and Yi Futian and the others were safe in the end. But being defeated like this, when Shao Qianhe left the palace, his face was cold as ice. Shao Xing bowed his head without saying a word, knowing that his future was probably over. At this time, inside the palace, Xia Qingyuan came to the personal quarters of Queen Xiao. She looked at her mother and asked, "Uncle was here?" Obviously, she already knew that Shao Qianhe and Shao Xing had been there. "Your uncle wanted to see you, but I know you weren't in the best of moods, so I didn't let him and Shao Xing go to your place." Queen Xiao looked at her daughter and whispered with a laugh, "Are you still worried about this?" There were rumors that Shao Xing colluded with Emperor Li's realm. Xia Qingyuan said, "Do you think your cousin was that stupid?" Queen Xiao said to Xia Qingyuan, "Think about his status. Collusion with Emperor Li's realm? Even if he had killed Yi Futian, what kind of crime would that be? These many years I understand the thoughts of your uncle and your cousin, but I've let you have your own way. You were just like your father and you know your own mind, so I rarely interfered with your decisions. Shao Xing is anxious for fame and glory, and perhaps he was jealous of the position that Fu Yi Futian occupied in your heart, and felt that something that should have belonged to him was robbed by Yi Futian, so he wanted Yi Futian dead. But how would he dare to collude with Emperor Li's realm? It was only the people of Emperor Li's realm who took advantage of his feelings." Queen Xiao continued, "Just now, your uncle and Shao Xing came over and explained everything he did. Someone did send him a message saying that you would be attacked. Probably he also wanted to achieve his own objectives, so he sent away the people you sent to Yi Futian. In any case, Shao Xing would never dare to do anything that hurts you. Otherwise, even if your uncle was here begging, I would have killed him myself." Xia Qingying was silent without a word. It was all just as she had expected. Indeed, her mother had never interfered with any of her decisions, and everything was always decided by herself. But the ties of blood were, after all, unable to be severed. Her uncle had came personally to plead, and her mother still chose to speak on behalf for Shao Xing. "Tell me, Qingyuan, is Yi Futian important in your heart?" Queen Xiao asked. Xia Qingyuan looked up at Queen Xiao, remembering that the few times when she first saw Yi Futian, she had always disliked this self-righteous guy. However, after the fight at the Imperial Mausoleum when she lost to Yi Futian, she had also acknowledged his strength. And with everything that happened later, she gradually started to recognize and even accepted Yi Futian, and Yi Futian's position in her heart had changed quietly. This change did not occur overnight. Seeing Xia Qingyuan's silence, Queen Xiao smiled and said, "Sending people to investigate the Xiao clan, without nary a care for your grandfather's name, just to clear the air for him? The battle for the Empty Realm was made possible by him, so that Emperor Xia's realm won the control for the Empty Realm for the next 10 years without a drop of blood. And not long after that victory, an attempt to assassination was made on the single most important person who made it all possible, And now, Shaoxing is rumored to have colluded with Emperor Li's realm. As the leader in the battle for the empty realm, how can I not fully investigate the matter and give everyone involved an explanation? Xia Qingyuan said. If this whole thing ended like this, it would have a chill effect on everyone. Queen Xiao walked up to Xia Qingyuan. She smiled softly and looked at her daughter. Qingyuan, you are all grown up now. Are you still going to wear men's clothing? It is time to return to your femininity. She knew just how beautiful her daughter was. She also knew that her daughter was lonely. She had a noble birth, Emperor Xia's youngest daughter, who was talented and beautiful, and was deeply adored by her father. Since childhood, whoever spoke to her was always careful and full of respect. Among her peers, no one dared to look at her, even those proud sons of Emperor Xia's realm. Except Yi Futian was an anomaly. It was said that he had absolutely no regards in front of her daughter, but it was just so that his talent was not any less than that of Xia Qingyuan. Perhaps his appearance made Xia Qingyuan feel that she was not so lonely after all, that in this world there were still people like her. Therefore, Yi Futian had possessed a certain position in her heart. Mother! Xia Qingyuan looked at Queen Xiao, and knew her mother was trying to change the topic. Arrange a meeting and ask Yi Futian to come to the palace for me to meet him. Queen Xiao said lightly to Xia Qingyuan. Last time at her father's birthday banquet she had already seen him once, and he had left an impression on her. Don't investigate your grandfather's side any more. Your uncle would not dare to deceive me, Queen Xiao continued. Xia Qingyuan sighed. It seemed that her mother was getting involved personally to mediate the matter. However, knowing Yi Futian's temper, how could he accept it? She was very clear about how stubborn that guy was. Meanwhile, at the cottage, messengers sent from the Emperor Xia's palace delivered the message that Queen Xiao had summoned him. Yi Futian immediately understood that the Xiao clan had contacted the queen, and it was pretty much the same as he had expected. Queen Xiao was the first beauty in Emperor Xia's realm, the favorite of Emperor Xia, and the mother of Xia Qingyuan. The power she wielded could only be imagined. Xia Qingyuan launched an investigation on Shaoxing, and now there were rumors that Shaoxing had colluded with the enemy. It was only natural that the Xiao clan had asked the queen for help. Since Queen Xiao had summoned him, it was obvious that it was for this matter. However, for Queen Xiao to personally summon to see him, it showed the high regard she had for him. Otherwise, as the bodyguard of the princess, if Queen Xiao had issued an order, what could he do, and what did he dare to do? In the villa, many people came to Yi Futian, even Knife Saint, who had not yet fully recovered. He looked at Yi Futian and said, Futian, the queen had summoned to see you. You must take care not to offend her. I know it's impossible for you to let go this thing with Shaoxing, but it can wait. Don't cause friction with the queen. Knife Saint was thinking about Yi Futian. Emperor Xia and the princess were both good to Yi Futian. If there was friction between Yi Futian and Queen Xiao, this would obviously not be most ideal for Yi Futian. Senior brother, don't worry, I know what to do. Yi Futian sighed in his heart. Because of Shaoxing, his senior brother was seriously injured, but now he was advising him to hold his temper. Chapter 1085. When Yi Futian arrived at Emperor Xia's palace, there was a maid waiting outside ready to lead the way. When Yi Futian arrived at Emperor Xia's palace, there was a maid waiting outside ready to lead the way. However, she did not take Yi Futian to the palace of Queen Xiao, but to Xia Qingyuan's living quarters instead. On the stone bridge, Yi Futian saw Xia Qingyuan standing there, and at the pavilion next to the lake across, there was a graceful and elegant figure standing quietly, the back facing Yi Futian. Slender hands waved above the lake, seemed to be feeding the goldfishes in the lake. Princess! Yi Futian bowed slightly to Xia Qingyuan and greeted her. Xia Qingyuan looked at him and whispered, My mother wants to see you, come with me. As she was telling him, she walked toward the other end of the stone bridge, and Yi Futian followed behind her. They stopped at the lakeside pavilion, where an enchanting mist permeated the air so that the lake appeared as if a fairy pool out of this world. Although the figure standing in front of the lake was just a view from the back, it still exuded an air of noble holiness. She turned around slowly, revealing the unparalleled beauty of Emperor Xia's realm, upon which mortals dared not cast their eyes. However, Queen Xiao at the moment had a gentle smile on her face, and did not seem to be unapproachable. But that temperament was from deep down inside and cannot be concealed. Even just standing in front of her was enough for most people in Emperor Xiao's realm to feel a touch of pressure. Yi Futian greets Her Royal Highness the Queen. Yi Futian bowed and paid his respect. No need for protocols, Queen Xiao said softly. I heard Qing Yuan speaking of the battle for the empty realm, and she credited you especially as the one who single-handedly helped Emperor Xia's realm to win the victory of the once every 10-year battle for the empty realm, and with the least injuries among all previous battles. To win with the least cost was indeed precious. That was our duty as subjects of the realm, Yi Futian said with bowed head. Provided one has the required ability to do so, Queen Xiao said with a smile. In every battle for the empty realm, how many cultivators of Emperor Xia's realm desired to achieve glorious deeds, and yet there were few who could have done as you did. Even though Qing Yuan participated this time in the battle, the victory of the battle for the empty realm was still uncertain. After all, our opponents were also of royal principalities. Your achievements also meant that you were the most outstanding in this battle for the empty realm. The praises of the Queen I dare not accept, Yi Futian said. Excessive modesty is akin to insolence. You quite deserve the praise, Queen Xiao continued. And I already said no need for protocol, so why are you continuing to bow your head and not looking at me? Do you think I'm old and ugly? Yi Futian sighed in his heart. Queen Xiao said absolutely nothing of the matter of Xiaoxing, but instead praised him continuously, even with humor and playfulness. After all, as the first beauty of Emperor Xia's realm, who would dare to dismiss Queen Xiao as old? This queen was even more difficult to deal with. Looking up, Yi Futian beheld the beauty that could fell a city, replied, I dare not. Queen Zhao's eyes fixed on Yi Futian and said, At the Xiao clan, you were not so restrained, actually you were quite comfortable doing what you wanted. You then entered Lihin Heaven, got to the 33rd layer of heavens, and defeated Wan Chuan in front of the sword master of Lihin. At the moment you are quite unlike the you from before. You are acting this cautiously, was it because you have something against me? The queen is most distinguished and noble, I dare not disrespect, Yi Futian said. Queen Xiao casted a stern look at Yi Futian and said, Then how come I heard that you were quite unscrupulous with my daughter? Yi Futian looked totally confused. He glanced at Xia Qingyuan, who was next to him, and saw that she was just standing there quietly, without expression. Forget it, you cherish the words like gold, more precious than old me, Queen Xiao said mildly. But Qingyuan trusted you, and His Majesty have granted you additional title. Presumably he wished that you would become a helper in the future for Qingyuan. At the 33rd layer of heaven in Lihin Heaven, although the sword master Lihin borrowed the sword from Yu Wuchen, there was hidden intention to protect you. So many people valued you. I'm sure you won't let them down. Although Qingyuan had already rewarded you for the battle for the empty realm, but it was not comprehensive. I heard that Qingyuan had promised to have divine Cloud Valley craft implements to the people of 9 states. I will personally give them an order to expedite the work so they will not dare to delay. In addition, I also heard that you have traveled to Xuanji Mountain with the intention to trade methods of cultivations. To avoid such troublesome process, Qingyuan had allowed you the freedom to enter Emperor Xia's palace, and I will personally allow you to enter the Golden Hall of Lotus in the palace, all except for the 9th floor. You may come and go as you wish. In addition, you may select 10 scriptures of methods, copy them, and pass them on to your close associates at the Holy Ji Palace. Queen Xiao looked at Yi Futian and said, This way, you don't have to go to other places to trade for cultivations in the future, and your friends would also have enough powerful methods to support their cultivations and continue to move forward. After all, they have contributed greatly in this battle for the empty realm by taking Emperor Li's city and took their imperial flag, so this is rewards to their achievements. When Xia Qingyuan heard Queen Zhao's words, she casted a glance at her mother. A strange color flashed past her clear eyes. The Golden Hall of Lotus in Emperor Xia's palace could be said to be one of the most precious places in the entire Emperor Xia's realm, comparable to any treasured ruins, and many people even thought that it was hands down the most precious place of all. Even her, from the beginning of her cultivation, besides what was taught her by the emperor her father, most of her time was spent in the Golden Hall of Lotus, seeking enlightenment. In Emperor Xia's palace, there were some who were of extremely powerful Saint Plain. They were not part of the royal family, but they were willing to enter Emperor Xia's palace to serve her father. Some of them did so also for the Golden Hall of Lotus. Even with her position as the princess, she did not possess the power to reward others the privilege to enter the Golden Hall of the Lotus to cultivate. There were only 3 people with this power, and they still required the consent of the emperor. One could only imagine just how tremendous this reward really was. It would be fine if Yi Futian was the only one to be given this reward, but her mother had said that Yi Futian could take out the transcript of methods of the Golden Hall of the Lotus to allow his close associates to cultivate, which meant that this could be passed on to the cultivators of the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State. This kind of bestowment was extremely rare to say the least. This also meant that the emperor had also agreed. Queen Xiao had already received the permission of Emperor Xia. Yi Futian clearly understood the weight of Queen Xiao's reward to him. He could enter the Golden Hall of Lotus at will, which meant that except for the highest level, he could cultivate with any methods he chose, and he could also teach the 10 methods to the people of the Holy Ji Palace, which was equivalent to giving them a holy land of heritage in the barren state. Such reward was not inconsiderable. Many thanks to the Queen. Yi Futian bowed. I would also thank the Queen on behalf of the people of the Holy Ji Palace for this handsome reward. Yi Futian secretly sighed inside. Was this the compensation from Queen Xiao to the people of the Holy Ji Palace? In this battle, many people from the Holy Ji Palace were injured. Queen Xiao must have known it. All right, you may go now, Queen Xiao said again. Yes. Yi Futian put his hands together and turned to leave. Xia Qingyuan took a step, wanting to catch Yi Futian for a few words, but then she heard Queen Xiao called out, Qingyuan. Xia Qingyuan stopped and looked at Queen Xiao, and heard her said, Come and chat with me. Xia Qingyuan looked at the departing Yi Futian, then nodded gently and walked over to Queen Xiao's side, saying, Anything else, mother? Do you disapprove of my decision? Queen Xiao said. Xia Qingyuan understood the intention behind her mother's decision. She never once mentioned Shaoxing, nor did she plead for him. The only thing she did was to pile reward upon reward to Yi Futian, but Yi Futian was a smart guy. He would not have mistaken her intentions. Yi Futian is now coming to the upper worlds to cultivate. In the past, those close associates of his were great talents themselves. Following him in cultivation, they would experience wider perspective. For them, what is the most lacking? Queen Xiao said to Xia Qingyuan. It is far simpler to ask for Shaoxing's life, but to these people of the barren state, isn't it more important to cultivate? To barren state, could Shaoxing's life be equitable to these? Xia Qingyuan had to admit that Shaoxing's life was indeed not worth the rewards that her mother had bestowed on Yi Futian. If the choice was given, anyone would choose these resources for cultivation. Of course, I am only doing this because your father and you both valued Yi Futian, so I am just following your lead. Otherwise, Shaoxing's life is not worth all these efforts, and your father would never allow me to do so. Queen Xiao said. But he is, after all, your uncle's flesh and blood. It doesn't matter to the others, but it's different for your uncle. Qingyuan, let this be the end of the matter. I have already told your uncle that Shaoxing would never be allowed to step into the palace again, and the heir of Shao clan would never be him. Queen Xiao added. Xia Qingyuan looked at her mother, then nodded gently. What her mother had done was even too grave for her to comment any further. After Yi Futian left Emperor Xiao's palace, news quickly spread from the palace that Queen Xiao had permitted Yi Futian freedom to enter the Golden Hall of Lotus inside Emperor Xiao's palace, the most prestigious holy land for cultivation in Emperor Xiao's realm. In addition, Queen Xia had personally ordered that divine Cloud Valley to create divine implement for the people of 9 states. Not only that, but Yi Futian was also permitted to take the 10 methods from the Golden Hall of Lotus and pass it on to the people of the Holy Ji Palace. In addition, there was also the punishment that was dealt to Shaoxing. Shaoxing was tempted while in the empty realm, secretly sent commands and dispatched personnel, causing Yi Futian and the others to be ambushed. Going forward, Shaoxing of the Shao clan was not allowed to step into the palace, and the cost for Divine Cloud Valley to recreate divine implements for the people of the 9 states would also be paid for by the Shao clan. Once these two news came out of Emperor Xiao's palace, many people were staggered by Queen Zhao's handling of the matter. The first beauty of the Emperor Xiao's realm had chosen to use rewards so that Yi Futian had nothing to say. At the same time, everyone understood that Shaoxing's future was probably over. With such stain, and the palace had ordered him not to enter the palace ever, from then on, the focus of the Shao clan would no longer be Shaoxing. Unless his own talent was unusually genius that he would never need the spiritual resources of the Shao clan to cultivate, and rise up on his own against the odds. However, even if he was outstanding in talent, how could he compare with Yi Futian? This had already been proven in the empty realm, not to mention, at present, Yi Futian was well regarded by Emperor Xia and the princess, and all the advantages were on his side. What did Shaoxing have to fight against him? Before, there were rumors that when Shao Qianhe and Shaoxing left the palace, Shaoxing's face was gloomy. Now everyone understood that the rumor was likely true. After coming out of the palace, Shaoxing knew his ending. The punishment may have seemed not much, but in truth it had destroyed his future. Chapter 1086. Yi Futian returned to the cottage and told everyone about his meeting with the queen. Yi Futian returned to the cottage and told everyone about his meeting with the queen. All from the 9 states were shocked. Queen Shao was something indeed. If she were to simply order Yi Futian to keep his hands from Shaoxing, she would not have been able to budge Yi Futian at all. However, at present, the queen was taking the soft approach. She simply rewarded him and never mentioned anything about Shaoxing. That ended up dissipating Yi Futian's intent to kill Shaoxing altogether. Despite wanting to kill Shaoxing still, it would have been a lot more difficult. The queen gave him plenty of face and rewarded even the people of the 9 states. Her actions of compensating them was actually an act to have them spare Shaoxing's life. Yi Futian simply was unable to do anything about it. His only backing would have been Emperor Xia and Xia Qingyuan. Even if he intended to make a move against Shaoxing, he needed both of them to back him. But then again, everyone knew what Queen Zhao's identity was: the beloved woman of Emperor Xia and Xia Qingyuan's biological mother. "Brothers, what do you make of that?" Yi Futian asked his eldest brother and third brother. "It was very sincere of her to summon you for a meeting. If you were to refuse her offer and intended to still make a move on Shaoxing, you would have appeared insolent. Furthermore, if you were to offend Queen Shao simply to take Shaoxing's life and things would keep developing from there would be no telling if both Emperor Xia and the princess would be displeased with you." The Sword Saint said to Yi Futian, "Shaoxing's life is worth less than that. Better put it aside for the moment." The news that was spread all over the place seemed to have been pulled intentionally by those from Emperor Li's realm, and it was done none other to instigate you to kill Shaoxing, eventually pitting you against the Shao clan and the queen. It's an extremely disadvantageous turn of events for you, and they sure know how to pull something so devious. Gu Donglu added, "Shaoxing should have been punished by death for what he did in the Battle of Empty Realm. But then again, he wanted to have you killed due to jealousy nonetheless. Now that his future path is in shambles because of that, you'd irk him further by getting better with your own life. There is no need for hurry. Any training methods in the Golden Hall of the Lotus, if you were to seriously take your time to select, would have been worth considerably more than Shaoxing's life. What is there to refuse?" A voice was heard and Yi Futian turned around to address the woman walking in. He then called, "Ya." What Shaoxing did involved more than just Yi Futian alone, so it was not something that he could have simply decided on his own. At present, however, it seemed that no one agreed to him making a move against Shaoxing. Even Yaya shared their opinions on the matter. He understood without doubt that if he were to insist on killing Shaoxing, it would have simply meant that he was letting his emotions do the talking. But if he were to truly weigh the pros and cons, it became obvious that Shaoxing's life was not worth it. There is a training method in swordsmanship in the Golden Hall of the Lotus called the Taishian Sword Sutra. The training method in swordsmanship is suitable for any swordsman and resembles the training methods of the sword master of Lihin in certain ways. Copy the methods and make it into one of the 10, and you could make it something to be passed down in the Holy Ji Palace, Yaya said to Yi Futian. All right then. He did not have anything further to say, since Yaya had put it that way. Furthermore, there were actually many swordsmen training in the Holy Ji Palace to begin with. If he were to count those by his side, Yaya, the Glass Saint, the village chief, Qin Zhuang, Wuchen, Su Shang, the sword demon, Zhe Qianqiu and some others were all practitioners of the arts of the sword. The Holy Ji Palace indeed lacked a power training method in the way of the sword. Would there be any need of other training methods? Yi Futian then asked Yaya. If you were to see Huangting Fist Will at the 8th floor, feel free to take it. I don't know much about the others, but since you could now come and go as you like, you could take your time and browse the training methods. Decide for yourself which of them would prove useful, Yaya said. Yi Futian nodded. It was actually rather difficult to just pick 10 to pass down as legacies. He needed to first take the training of the people around him. All of those people around him were people who followed him through thick and thin, establishing the foundations of the Holy Ji Palace. If he were to pick training methods to pass down, he would have naturally needed to take their needs into consideration. The Taishian Sword Sutra would be useful for the swordsman. As for other methods, he would have needed to take his time and select carefully. The one that I acquired for Luo Fan back at Xuanji Mountain is useful enough for me. There is no need to find another for me in this trip of yours. Yuchi spoke first after seeing Yi Futian eyeing the crowd. He was only allowed to take 10 methods, and any one that he would have taken would have been invaluable. Futian, there is no need to deliberately consider for everyone's needs here. It would suffice to pick that you deem the most powerful, Dojun said as well. He, too, was willing to put his own interests aside and consider for the Holy Ji Palace. If the difference in power proves great enough, then I shall pick the strongest there are. If there are those suitable for some of you here and those methods are powerful enough on their own, I don't see any reason to not take them. Yi Futian continued. Relax. I know what to do. Right. Everyone nodded hearing what Yi Futian said. Yi Futian came to Emperor Xia's palace several days later. Xia Qingyuan walked with him after knowing that he came, heading for the deeper parts of Emperor Xia's palace. Emperor Xia's palace was a very big place. Palaces shrouded in mists and ancient halls stood tall everywhere. Despite having been there before, he had only been to Xia Qingyuan's residence and nowhere else. He came to a place and saw many steps in front of him. Clouds shrouded the sky of that place, like a paradise on earth. There was a golden ancient hall that resembled a lotus on top of those steps, and the place was none other than the Golden Hall of the Lotus, which was also the library of Emperor Xia's palace. There were no guards around the Golden Hall of the Lotus, as if anyone could have came and went as they pleased. But everyone around knew that it was one of the most important places in the palace. No one dared to step foot inside without orders. Xia Qingyuan said to Yi Futian, as they stood before the hall. The Golden Hall of the Lotus had a myriad of books and all of them were saint-level training methods. You can't find anything lower than that. You could say that it is the most important treasure trove in Emperor Xia's realm. Not only would you be free to pick any that you find suitable for yourself, you could also study other methods as well, comparing them and advancing your training further. Yi Futian nodded. He naturally understood that he needed to incorporate his own understanding in his path of training. The halberd of nothingness that he created was one that incorporated the understanding that he developed back in the endless ocean, as well as training in the 9 heavenly attacks. His own understanding of things became even more important after breaking into Saint Plain. Let's head inside, Xia Qingyuan said, and she went into the Golden Hall of the Lotus together with Yi Futian. She was at the pinnacle of Sage Plain herself, and needed to make a breakthrough into Saint Plain. It was without doubt beneficial for one to further their training by reading a myriad of books. Furthermore, she could have provided some opinion for Yi Futian as well. She was very familiar with the Golden Hall of the Lotus after all. Futian was quickly enamored by the ocean of training methods laid out before him after stepping inside the golden hall of the lotus. He seemed to have lost track of time as he went on to further his understanding within. At that moment, Futian came to a row of books at the 7th floor of the golden hall of the lotus, flipping through the pages of the training methods available. All training methods available there were specifically that of speed, suitable for cultivators training in the power of the great path with wind and space attributes. Most of them were spells at saint level which proved useful for enhancing movement speed. However, there was one that seemed rather special. It was one on footwork. Footwork of Xianyuan. Futian frowned at the name of the training method. Does this have anything to do with the Xianyuan Palace? It was said that the ancestor of the Xianyuan Palace was a Renhuang. Futian started flipping through the pages. There were introductions to the footwork at the beginning. The footwork of Xianyuan was created by the Renhuang of Xianyuan all those years ago. It was of formidable might, enabling one to take to the skies with a single step, melding with the great path. It was lost in the generations and there was no detailed explanations on where the footwork originated from actually. The footwork belonged to the Xianyuan clan. After it was lost in the generations, my father felt it a pity to see it fade from history. As such, he went on to combine his own understanding with any records left by the Xianyuan clan and created this new breed of footwork of Xianyuan. It paled in comparison to the original created by Emperor Xianyuan all those years ago, however, as everyone developed different understandings in their training after all. There is a copy of it in the Xianyuan Palace as well, bestowed by my father, Xia Qingyuan explained. Futian nodded. If it was something created by Emperor Xia himself, then it would have been extremely formidable regardless. Understandings developed by a Renhuang would not have been common things after all. He flipped through the pages detailing the essences of the art, and extended his spiritual powers to the jade scroll at the side, seeing immediately a blurry figure standing tall in the sky. Every step the figure took seemed to have been able to crack the heavens and the earth, bringing down the sky. The strength of the steps compounded as they were merged with the great path. Futian sensed pressure beyond his tolerable limits, and the footwork took a turn after melding with the great path, conjuring many mirages and making it look like that of a matrix, enabling the user to appear in any corner at will. Every single step taken remained terrifying. If the footwork were to be merged with the great path, especially that of suppression in space, then it would have enabled a perfect melding in the arts, enabling defense and offense to be carried in a single move. Even when used for escape, it would still have demonstrated impressive offensive might. Futian felt shaken after his spiritual powers were rescinded. Even though it was a lost art that Emperor Xia built from scratch again, it was still terrifyingly formidable. This is it, Futian said. He reserved a spot in the 10 for the footwork of Xianyuan. Futian put footwork of Xianyuan aside for the time being and continued to browse other training methods. The reading process actually took him months. There were simply too many books to be found in the Golden Hall of the Lotus, and all of them were of great depth. If one were to truly spend time understanding every single training method to be found within, it would have taken years and yet one would not have yet been able to finish, let alone spending just months. As such, at later stages, there were many methods that he did not take more than a look of. As time passed, he selected quite a number of very powerful methods. He was rather undecided what to take and left the decision at the very end. Futian saw the Huangting Fist while at the 8th floor. There were 33 layers to the art, one layer being stronger than the one before. If one were to be able to train in all 33 layers, one would have been able to break through the great path itself. Furthermore, he discovered that Huangting Fistwell was an offensive art that Xia Qingyuan trained before. It was no wonder why Yaya asked him to pick that up. It was obvious that she knew how powerful it would have been. The further one proceeded with their training in the art, the more terrifying it would have become. Huangting Fistwell was very suitable for furthering his and Yu Xing's training. He continued reading the others without stop, and quickly reached where the Tai Xian Sword Sutra was. The Tai Xian Sword Sutra was one that trained the heart of the sword and tempered the will of the sword. He extended his spiritual powers into the jade scroll of the Tai Xian Sword Sutra, and immediately found himself in another space. Swords were everywhere in there. The sword of the great path rained down and fused within his will. The sword merged with the great path and conjured different sword will of the great path. There was one extremely formidable figure standing tall in the void, who waved about with his hand, and swords appeared. Every single sword was an embodiment of a way of the sword. When the swords were launched, the heavens and the earth trembled. At that moment, Futian felt as if he was coursing with sword will all over him. The world tree in his life palace swayed. Sword will seemed to have begun to develop and continued to grow. It went on until his entire life palace was shrouded by the sword will. Chapter 1087. Xia Qingyuan came to where Futian was at the 8th floor of the Golden Hall of the Lotus, staring straight at him. Xia Qingyuan came to where Futian was at the 8th floor of the Golden Hall of the Lotus, staring straight at him. She saw Futian being circled around by sword will at that moment, which gradually coalesced into a sword. Her eyes were filled with shock and puzzlement. It seemed that her father was not wrong about Futian. He was indeed possibly been of extraordinary birth. A sword was seen circling around the world tree in Futian's life palace after a while. The sword will fell and gave birth to a sword spirit. The world tree in freedom meditation had once again given birth to another life spirit. Of course, doing so required powerful references in reality for developing understanding. Sword will flashed in Futian's eyes as he opened them. He turned around and found Xia Qingyuan standing there. The Taishan Sword Sutra was of mysterious depth. My catastrophe swordmanship was imbued with understanding of the Taishan Sutra as well, Xia Qingyuan said to Futian. Futian nodded. It was a training method mentioned explicitly by Yaya, so he had to copy it. He went on to comprehend the Taishan Sword Sutra further, before continuing to roam about in the Golden Hall of the Lotus. He came to a remote corner after a while and flipped through the methods available there. The training methods here are available for practice to those possessing specific powers or even life spirits. They are not one-size-fits-all types of methods. It is best not to make them methods to be passed down in the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State, but you are free to study them yourself, Xia Qingyuan said to him. The Taishan Sword Sutra was not actually a specific training method of a certain way of the sword. It was more like a comprehensive outline of the arts of the sword, suitable for use for any swordsman. The footwork of Xian Yuan and Huangting Fist were suited for cultivators training in multiple abilities, enabling them to meld their ways within. Training methods found in the Golden Hall of the Lotus were all of saint level and melded well with the Great Path. Many of those methods were capable of being melded with great paths of different sort, bringing formidable powers to bear. All right. Futian nodded and continued to read the methods over there. A training method caught his eye after a while. Art of Thousand Phantasms. Futian read the book and was able to deduce from the title that it had something to do with illusions-related training. It was indeed as Futian had speculated after flipping the pages. The Art of Thousand Phantasms was indeed a book on the arts of illusions. However, it possessed the ability to bring illusions into reality, changing one's immediately reality so much that one could have even changed one's appearance and bearing. It was something that only cultivators training in spiritual type of arts could have trained in. Furthermore, the one created the art had a peculiar life spirit, the Fox of Thousand Transformations. The Fox of Thousand Transformations was a peculiar beast capable of mystical abilities and take thousands of different forms. They were very eerie beings, and legends had it that such foxes reaching enlightenment would have been able to enchant people, with nothing more than a single look. There had been foxes of thousand transformations taking forms of women of extreme beauty, possessing the ability to enthrall the people. Futian extended his spiritual power into the jade scroll of the book, and felt a vast power of the Great Path. His eyes had even taken an eerie, demonic form, making them capable of enthralling others without fail. There was a godly fox of thousand transformations appearing in his spiritual world. Those eerie eyes seemed to have been able to cast him into the depths of an illusory world. Boom! Futian's spiritual will shuddered violent as he shook free from those eyes. His spiritual will left the world of the Jade Scroll, yet the eyes imprinted in his mind nonetheless. In that split second, he felt as if his spiritual will had been taken over by something else. The eye of the storm passed down by Emperor Yi Qing enabled him to take control of demonic beasts, yet that godly fox of thousand transformations enabled it to take control of humans with its spiritual will. What differed was that the eye of the storm was capable of planting a mark in the target's spiritual will, giving him permanent control. The fox of thousand transformations, on the other hand, probably required eye contact to maintain the effects on the target's spiritual will. Even so, it was nonetheless extreme terrifying. Yi Futian's eyes glimmered looking at the methods before him, seemingly thinking of something. He stepped away after a while and went on to browse other arts. Some time passed and he exited the Golden Hall of the Lotus, after picking the 10 training methods. He left the Emperor Xiao's palace and returned to the cottage with the methods, letting the crowd take their pick on what to train with. At the same time, he had his teacher, Dijon, as well as Yu Qi and the others, return to the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State with the training methods. There was one among the 10 that was of an extremely potent sealing art. Queen Zhao's orders required that he only pass down the chosen methods within the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State. As such, Yi Futian suggested to the Moon Saint and had him pick the most extraordinary student among their clan to train within the Holy Ji Palace. Doing so enabled them to gain the sealing art, so the Moon Saint agreed to it. It made no difference whether said person trained in the Yu clan and the Holy Ji Palace after all. Furthermore, Yi Futian's status at the upper worlds was such that he was placed with extreme importance by both Emperor Xia and the princess. Even if Queen Xiao intended to save his nephew, she had to resort to rewarding Yi Futian to do so instead. It was a testament of the bright future ahead of Yi Futian. There was simply no way the Moon Saint would have refused having one of his own clansmen train in the Holy Ji Palace. He clearly knew that Yi Futian had actually chosen the sealing art just so to return the favor of having the Yu clan participate in the sacred war. He was even thinking if he himself should have joined the Holy Ji Palace as well. He would have been able to train in such a powerful saint-level method by doing so after all. Dojan, Yu Qi and the others returned to the lower worlds, back to the Holy Ji Palace after settling with the arrangements. Yi Futian came to Emperor Xiao's palace again, and he went to look for Xia Qingyuan at her place instead. "I need a favor from you, princess," Yi Futian said to Xia Qingyuan. "What would that be?" Xia Qingyuan looked at Yi Futian. "He actually came asking me for help on his own will. I want to do something and I might require your assistance in the future," Yi Futian said. Seeing Yi Futian being serious, she straightened up herself and said, "Continue then." Yi Futian then told her about what he intended to do and Xia Qingyuan's face saw a shocking change, saying, "Are you out of your mind? You should know that I train in many abilities, princess. I saw that training method in the Golden Hall of the Lotus, and I think it is viable to do so," Yi Futian continued. "That is what you think is viable. What happens if things were to go south?" Xia Qingyuan stared at Yi Futian with a rather cold expression. What the hell is this bastard thinking? Is there really a need to go so far for revenge? Couldn't you just wait for a bit? My training is now at the pinnacle of Sage Plane and I have even touched the power of the Great Path, so I'm not all that far from breaking into Saint Plane. I have developed some understanding training in the Golden Hall of the Lotus for months. If I were to break into Saint Plane, I'd need to experience more to temper my mind, allowing my state of mind to stabilize and further my plane level. Yi Futian's eyes were adamant as he said, "That shall be one very perfect experience." "I still think it is too dangerous," Xia Qingyuan said. "Which is why I need your help, princess," Yi Futian said. "I'm not agreeing to this." Xia Qingyuan eyed him coldly, and her tone was just as determined. Yi Futian frowned. What he intended to do would have been difficult to pull without cooperation from Xia Qingyuan. Furthermore, he would have required large amount of intel. "So you're concerned for my well-being then?" Yi Futian stared at Xia Qingyuan and asked all of a sudden. Xia Qingyuan was dumbfounded and continued to glare with her cold eyes. "You're my valet now. It's a waste to let you die just like that," Xia Qingyuan replied coldly. "Cultivators couldn't just simply stick with the beaten path with their endeavors. Haven't you ventured into the empty realm, braving the dangers to fight in the Battle of Empty Realm too, Princess? Yi Futian then continued, saying to Xiao Qingyuan, what I intend to do is not actually all that dangerous, and furthermore, I'd have been able to serve His Majesty by doing so. Why would you refuse my suggestion in such an adamant manner? Xiao Qingyuan glared at Yi Futian without saying anything. There have been many who took the risk in the Battle of Empty Realm. You have participated in the battle personally and never flinched. Yet now you are worrying about my well-being. Are you hitting on me now? Yi Futian provoked Xiao Qingyuan with the look in his eyes. After spending so much time near one another, he naturally learned of Xiao Qingyuan's personality, and knew what would have worked best on her. Xiao Qingyuan's pride simply did not allow her to take such provocations and do nothing about it. As expected, Xiao Qingyuan glared at him with her cold eyes and said, if you want to die so badly, fine, I'd oblige you. As for other matters, I'd suggest you not think too much about them. Yi Futian smiled after hearing Xiao Qingyuan's words and said, thank you for your help, Princess. His body glimmered after thanking the princess. His Guqin spirit hovered in the air. Xiao Qingyuan had no idea what he was up to. She stared at Yi Futian, who then said, I'd like to request you to destroy it, Princess. Xiao Qingyuan's expression turned grim. That bastard has indeed gone nuts. He is asking me to destroy his life spirit? Even though she knew that Yi Futian had suffered having his life spirit destroyed before, but she was unable to fathom why he would have wanted her to destroy his life spirit right there and then. Are you hesitating, Princess? Yi Futian then continued. If you wish to see me continue to live, then the Guqin spirit needed to be destroyed. Xiao Qingyuan then burst with terrifying will of catastrophe swordsmanship after hearing his words. Sword aura circled about her, and her eyes were just as piercing as she gazed at Yi Futian's eyes. She took one step and light of calamity glittered, turning into thousands of swords and swooped at Yi Futian's Guqin spirit. The strings were broken and the Guqin spirit was shattered with one rumble after another. Yi Futian grunted and spitted blood. Xiao Qingyuan pulled her sword wills back and glared at him coldly. You satisfied now? She then turned around and left, leaving Yi Futian where he was. Her hands, which she had hidden in her sleeves, actually trembled a bit. That bastard. Thank you for indulging in my request, Princess. Yi Futian lifted his head and looked at Xiao Qingyuan, who was leaving. A bitter smile was seen in his eyes. That Guqin spirit had been with him for many years. It actually pained him to destroy it. It was especially so since the Guqin spirit held significant meanings to him. His teacher, Hua Fenglu, Jieyu, his Grand Master, all of them were related to the Guqin. At that moment, his Guqin spirit was no more. However, determination was seen in Yi Futian's eyes. Even though his Guqin spirit was no more, he had no regrets. What he needed to do next required the Guqin spirit to be destroyed, replaced with other life spirits. Yi Futian bent his knees and sat on the ground, beginning to recuperate from his injuries at the princess' residence. Chapter 1088. Yi Futian returned to train in the Golden Hall of the Lotus to train after recuperating from his injuries, spending days inside without taking a single step out. Yi Futian returned to train in the Golden Hall of the Lotus to train after recuperating from his injuries, spending days inside without taking a single step out. As the days passed, year 10021 of Divine Prefecture calendar neared its end. Yi Futian finally emerged from the Golden Hall of the Lotus that day and came to the princess' residence. Xiao Qingyuan eyed Yi Futian. She never stepped into the Golden Hall of the Lotus all those days. In fact, she had never seen Yi Futian after she destroyed Yi Futian's Guqin spirit. At that moment, she found Yi Futian's bearing took an 180-degree change after seeing him for the first time in many, many days. Yi Futian of the past exuded exceptional bearing and there was an unbridled, carefree feel to his handsome face. One could have also felt a sense of gentleness and well-mannered bearing from him, something resulting from having been playing his Guqin for years. Yi Futian, at that moment, while still could have been described as handsome and dashing, even more so when looks alone was concerned, his handsomeness had a tinge of demonic grace to it. Those deep eyes looked enchanting, making it seem as if one were to fall for him just by looking at those eyes. Xia Qingyuan felt Yi Futian's eyes looking increasingly demonic and enchanting at the moment. It seemed as if there were only those eyes occupying his mind, as if she was going to fall any time. "What are you doing?" Xia Qingyuan snapped out of it and felt a chill running through her spine, turning her eyes away from that pair of eyes of his. "Just want to try it out for a bit." "Forgive me, Princess," Yi Futian replied. His expression returned to normal, but nonetheless looked very handsome still. However, the bearing on Yi Futian began to change. His features changed gradually, and his silver hair turned black again. Yi Futian seemed to have become someone else altogether. While he was still exceptionally handsome, but his looks and bearing were no longer what it had been in the past. "Seems like you have mastered the art of thousand phantasms, then." Xia Qingyuan kept her eyes at Yi Futian. She had to admit that if it had not been for her witnessing Yi Futian's transformations personally, there would have been no way she would have recognized him. Even if a cultivator were to change their appearances, there was no way they could have changed their bearing and aura. Regardless of how powerful a cultivator would have become, one could have still told who they were with just one look. However, not only did Yi Futian change his appearances, his aura and even his entire bearing bore no resemblance to what they had been before. It was a complete transformation from head to toe. "Princess, would you mind if I let His Majesty take a look at me?" Yi Futian said to Xia Qingyuan. Xia Qingyuan stared at him, knowing what he meant. "Wait here." Xia Qingyuan left where she stood after saying that. Xia Qingyuan returned after a while and said, "You can rest easy now." "Thank you, Princess." Yi Futian nodded. What Xia Qingyuan said meant that Emperor Xia saw all of that. Despite the art of thousand phantasms being extremely mystical, he nonetheless still had his worries, being concerned that extremely formidable beings could have still saw through his disguise. However, he no longer needed to be concerned about that anymore. "I've taken your time long enough, Princess," Yi Futian said. "It's time that I head back and get ready. I'd still need your help in the future, Princess. If I were to not be around, I'd send word through my stead. You would be able to know of my whereabouts at all times." Xia Qingyuan gave him one cold look. Yi Futian cupped his hands and returned to his original form, concealing his aura somewhat, and left the place. A figure came to Xia Qingyuan's side after Yi Futian left, chuckled in a low voice and quipped, "Interesting little fellow indeed. Do you like being a voyeur so much, father?" Xia Qingyuan glared at the figure that just appeared. "This world belongs to your father to begin with. Would I really need to peek at anything?" Emperor Xia chuckled and said. Xia Qingyuan was rather exasperated and had no words to retort. "Are you telling me that you have fallen for the kid?" Emperor Xia asked. Xia Qingyuan glared at him and said, "I'd fall for anyone but him." "Makes sense. The kid sure knows how to piss people off. I feel like giving him a good beating myself." Emperor Xia nodded with a smile. "If he wants to venture on a pilgrimage outside on his own, let him be. There is no need to maintain contact with him. The world would be a more quiet place with him dead somewhere out there. No one else would come to bother you in the future." Xia Qingyuan looked at her father with a dumbfounded expression. "Why are you looking at me like that for?" Emperor Xia smiled and said, "While he is one hell of a jerk, he is nonetheless very exceptionally talented. He might yield unexpected results from his journey. Just have one of your shadow guards keep an eye on him," Xia Qingyuan said to the emperor. "If he wants to die so badly, why bother? Just leave him to his own devices then," Emperor Xia said. Xia Qingyuan glared at Emperor Xia and said, "Have it your way." She then turned around and left. "Someone is not speaking their mind here," Emperor Xia said with a smile, seeing Xia Qingyuan leaving in an exasperated manner. She was in no mood to be bothered with him, and just kept walking. There were definitely less than 3 people who dared behave in such a manner in front of Emperor Xia throughout Emperor Xia's realm. Xia Qingyuan, whom the emperor had doted on since a very young age, was no doubt one of those 3. Emperor Xia smiled and turned his gaze far away. "This kid sure is interesting. At the end of year 10021 of Divine Prefecture calendar, Futian was seen training at the mountain behind the villa. Sword will coursed about Futian's body, emanating sharpness throughout his entire being. Countless sword will coalesced, and terrifying fires emanated from his body. The fires were of raging might as it merged with the sword will. The sword will of flames condensed in a frenzy, being gradually compressed at a single point, which eventually took the form of a sword. The sword pulsed with scorching light throughout its entire form. Futian exuded a totally different aura throughout his being after the sword was conjured. It was an aura of coldness. His surroundings seemed to have been invaded by the sword will of coldness, which was coalesced into yet another sword, hovering before Futian. The third sword after that was that of storms. The fourth, a heavy blade of the stars which suppressed the heavens and the earth. The fifth, a blade that was conjured by countless particles, which could have been separated into thousands of swords at any given moment. The sixth, a sword of lightning infused with explosive powers. The seventh, a blade which flickered in and out of tangibility, looking unreal. The eighth, pulsed with the light of space. All 8 swords pulsed and emanated different sword wills. Stifling pressure was felt throughout his immediate vicinity. Futian's eyes seemed to be shining with the light of the swords. The 8 swords then circled about him. Other than the Taishin Sword Sutra, he learned many other types of sword arts, while training with the Golden Hall of the Lotus during the time spent there. Every single art corresponded to one type of elemental powers, which he melded with his own training. His way of training would have been different from that of other swordsmen, making him unique. Yaya continued to stare at him from behind. She had never seen any cultivator like Futian. It seemed as if he would have been able to master any art quickly, so long as he had the will to do it. At present, no one would have doubted Futian's authenticity as a swordsman. Furthermore, even if he were to claim that he had been practicing arts of the sword right from the beginning when he began training, no one would have doubted him after seeing what he was capable of. Futian was indeed a swordsman. Furthermore, he was a swordsman that was considerably more powerful than conventional ones of his current plane. Futian waved his hand. Sword wills shot out, and leveled a hill far away right there and then. The sword wills about him dissipated, and he set his sight far away, thinking that since he had came to yield some results with his sword training, he would have grown more powerful if he were to merge the footwork of Xian Yuan and Huangting Fist will with his way of the sword. Even if he were to lay off using his previous powers, he would have still been invincible under Saint Plane, not one bit weaker than he had been before. You have changed your bearing and took to studying the art of the sword. What are you up to? Yaya asked Futian. Very few cultivators did what Futian did. There were definitely reasons for him to be doing what he was doing. Yaya, I might be leaving for some time. Take care of the villa for me, Futian said. Where would you be going to? Yaya asked again. Somewhere far away, Futian said. I have hit the bottleneck with my training. If I were to break into St. Plane, I'd need to go on a pilgrimage. I intend to do this on my own, without bringing anyone with me. No idea when I'd be departing, but I'd leave the bird behind. I'd know if anything would have happened to any of you. You are going into Emperor Li's realm, aren't you? Yaya's eyes seemed to be saying that she knew what Futian was thinking. If you're only embarking on a pilgrimage, why would you choose to go alone? Even if the pilgrimage were to be one pitting your life on the line, and you don't intend to bring saints with you, why not take Yixing and the others with you? Furthermore, having changed his bearing and trained in the art of the sword, all of that seemed to have suggested that he was in disguise. She speculated that the faraway pilgrimage that Futian talked about was one to be carried out in Emperor Li's realm. Don't think too much about it, girl. Futian extended his hand, but Yaya anticipated it and dodged, glaring at him. Girl? Futian put his slightly shaking hand down, shaking his head with a bitter smile. Yaya walked up to him seeing how he acted. Futian flashed a warm smile seeing her move. He extended his hand and stroked her hair, saying, No need to worry about me. Have you learned the art of disguise? Yaya looked at Futian and asked. It was inadequate to just change his bearing and the arts he trained with. Indeed. Futian nodded. His features began to change as Yaya eyed him. It did not seem as if he was in disguise at all. Instead, the man that stood before her had been someone else altogether. What do you think? Futian returned to his original looks. Even if you are able to change even the world around you, but if you were to kill Li Yao in Emperor Li's realm, and assuming if you succeed, how are you going to make it out alive? Yaya continued to ask. Who says that I'm going to kill Li Yao? Futian smiled and said, I'm just going to Emperor Li's realm to train. I wouldn't be stupid enough to go and kill him. Relax. Yaya's eyes continued to be filled with distrust. Going to Emperor Li's realm just to train? What kind of an excuse is this? There were plenty of places to train in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, and there were definitely many places stronger than Emperor Li's realm, yet he insisted to train Emperor Li's realm instead. But since Futian put it that way, she saw no need to argue further. If you were to run into any danger, remember to keep me posted. Yaya continued to stare at him, but she was unable to say anything to stop him. If he had made his decision, then it was possibly something that she had no way of changing. Let's talk about something else. Tomorrow would be the first day of the new year. Let's celebrate together. Futian smiled and said, taking her to the villa. The black-winged condor ran in Futian's direction not far away and said, What are we going to eat for the New Year's feast? Roasted meat? Indeed, roasted condor. Futian turned around and said to the bird, Hey bird, seems like you have grown quite a bit of meat from eating too much. Could you actually still fly? How about we take some of those extras off? The bird shuddered and whimpered in an instant, looking at Futian feeling wrong. All right. Lay off the jokes. I just go on a diet. Chapter 1089. Emperor Li's realm was ruled personally by Emperor Li himself, establishing the Dali dynasty and ruled both the upper and lower worlds. Emperor Li's realm was ruled personally by Emperor Li himself, establishing the Dali dynasty and ruled both the upper and lower worlds. The upper worlds were naturally ruled directly by Emperor Li himself, while the lower worlds were ruled by the members of Emperor Li's royal family. Furthermore, suitable talents were selected from the lower worlds and sent to the upper worlds for further training. The Dali dynasty's lower worlds were divided into 9 counties, which somewhat resembled the 9 states in Emperor Xiao's realm. What differed was that all 9 counties were ruled by sheriffs with absolute power within the country they were in charge of. Conventionally speaking, they were usually the most powerful person to be found in the county. The county of Yan ranked at top 3 among the powers of the 9 counties of the lower worlds of Dali dynasty. The county of Yan had been famous for years for producing swordsmen. There was a saying in Dali dynasty that went, the swordsmen of Dali were divided between the swordsmen of the country of Yan and the swordsmen of other counties. As such, swordsmen of Dali would have all trained in the county of Yan. There were 5 holy lands of the sword in the county of Yan, and there were 18 sword saint-level figures in them. It served as the testament of the power of the swordsmen of that county. Swordsmen were usually a preferred choice of many cultivators, and there were many stories of swordsmen. There was a story in Luyu City of the county of Yan at the moment. There was a young swordsman rising to fame in Luyu City, which was said to have hailed from the mountain of hidden swords in the east, who developed his powers in a single day, embarking on a journey to help the downtrodden and cut down the wicked. Blood would have spilled as soon as his sword was drawn. Among the stories, there was one where there had been robbers throwing their weight around outside of the mountain of hidden swords, robbing everywhere they went and enslaved the weak. Said swordsman traveled 1,000 miles on a single sword, going into the lair of the robbers alone, and causing a bloodbath in that mountain all on his own. There was also one telling of a clan of swordsmen who performed wicked deeds in secret, and even trained in evil arts, using young women to further their training. Said swordsman went up to the clan and cut down the head of the lord. But of course, the most renowned one told was one that happened recently in Luyu City. There was a son of the younger sister of the city lord of Luyu City, who was known for being lecherous. He took a liking to a woman he saw in the city. However, said woman rebuffed his advances, and so he manipulated things behind and backed her family to a corner. That swordsman caught wind of the news and cut that man down. The beloved son of the sister of the city lord of Luyu City was killed, and the authorities sent men to arrest the swordsmen, who were all ended up killed. The city lord was enraged and led the army of the city lord office to take him down, ordering that he be killed on sight. However, all of the elites from the city lord office perished in that battle. The city lord was killed as well. It was worth noting that the city lord of Luyu City was at the pinnacle of Sage Plain. However, it was rumored that said swordsman only took one attack to take him down. In actuality, such stories were filled with conventional tropes, and they were happening everywhere all the same. Bullies, perverts, and robbers, those people were found in abundance, and there was never any shortage of those kind of people. No one could have ever cut every single one of them down. But it was just a coincidence that the swordsman kept running into those people, and proved mighty enough to slay them without delay. None of those matters would have been all that much of a story in the vast Dali dynasty otherwise. It was rumored that that swordsman went by a very simple name. It was anything but overbearing and very memorable. He was known as the Seventh Swordsman, and some speculated that he had the name due to having carried 7 swords with him. None of them would have naturally expected that the man had only took such a man due solely to laziness. There had once been a swordsman he knew named Yenjio, whose name meant loosely Yen the Ninth, so he just called himself the Seventh Swordsman instead. The death of the city lord of Liu City kicked up quite a ruckus. It was worth noting that other than being city lord, the man had another identity, a student of the Sword Clan of the Gale, a holy land of the sword. The Holy Land was established by a sword saint named Jian Kuangren, whose swordplay was known for its overbearing and ferocious nature, with many of its moves consisting of strong blows and wide sweeps. Luyu City was under rule of the Sword Clan of the Gale. There was no way said Holy Land would have simply let the death of the city lord slide just like that. It was said that there were already mighty ones heading towards Luyu City. Within a villa found inside Luyu City at that moment, there was a woman who was playing the guqin. The woman had soft features and looked quite stunning. She was alluring enough to pique the interests of any lecherous fellow. A man was lying on the ground near the woman, who had a sword placed at his side, while carrying a gourd on his right hand, drinking from it. The young man had stunning looks, and those eyes of his had a mystical charm to them. At that moment, he looked like he was enjoying himself, drinking and listening to music. The man was none other than the talk of Luyu City at the moment, the Seventh Swordsman. The man was also one who hailed from the 9 states of Emperor Xia's realm, who came to Dali Dynasty on pilgrimage, Futian. He trained as he traveled, venturing into the lower worlds of Dali Dynasty from the 9 states, instead of entering Emperor Li's realm from the upper worlds directly. Futian had 2 goals for making the trip, with one of them being truly to train on his pilgrimage, tempering his mind. As such, it was not an odd choice for him to travel through the lower worlds instead. His second goal was to avoid any troubles or suspicions, which might have happened if he were to enter Dali Dynasty right away from Emperor Xiao's realm. Emperor Li's realm had a way of investigating a swordsman from the lower worlds. It was especially so for a swordsman who ventured out from the Mountain of Hidden Swords, a holy land of the sword, in the county of Yen. His journey was an extremely risky one, so he naturally needed to be very careful and had to cover his tracks all the time. The woman gradually stopped for the tune was over, turning her eyes at the handsome man who lying about drinking. She then said, "Mr. Seventh, it's best for you to leave. The Sword Clan of the Gale is a holy land of the sword. Even if they were to find out the truth, they might not come looking for trouble with us. But since you've killed the city lord of Liu City, they will sure come for you. Having a pretty woman by my side, drinking fine booze, and having superb music being played, this is just heaven for me. Why should I leave then?" Futian smiled and asked. The woman lowered her head for a bit, and looked rather embarrassed. She then turned her eyes again at Futian, who was lying about and thought that it was quite lucky for her to even get to meet one such dashing figure. While they have yet to get to know each other for long, yet the extremely dashing young man left a deep, lasting impression on her. The man was carefree and abrasive. It seemed that it was always how he had been carrying himself. However, what made him so unforgettable to her was how stunning and extraordinary he looked when he worked with a sword. It seemed as if he was able to put anyone under the heavens in their place with little more than a sword in his hand. Blood would have been spilled as soon as the sword was drawn. Furthermore, is the sword clan of the Gale really that powerful? The young man put his gourd down. Those extremely charming eyes of his met hers with a smile. The woman felt dazed for a second, seemingly attracted by those eyes. She turned her eyes away and dared not look at them any further. She lowered her head and said, "I know that your training is superb, Mr. Seventh, yet the sword clan of the Gale was still a holy land nonetheless. There were quite a number of extremely powerful genius swordsmen in the place. The ones who are coming would definitely be anything but weak, and there would be quite a number of them as well. You might be very powerful, but there is simply no need to stay behind and risk your neck for me. Don't think too deeply into it. I'm not doing this for you." Futian smiled and said. The woman felt her cheeks burning as soon as she heard that. "It's a good opportunity for me to get to know just how powerful the swordsmen of the sword clan of the Gale are. I wonder if the genius swordsmen of said holy land would be able to make me use a second attack on them." Futian sounded lazy when he was saying all of that. There was no way he would have left. He was already in Dali Dynasty, and he was compelled to attract some attention somehow. He needed to attract not only the attention of holy lands of the lower worlds, but also cultivators of Dali Dynasty of the upper worlds. As such, he needed to take quite a bit of shortcuts, but then again, he still had to be careful not to overdo it. The woman felt rather exasperated, but she seemed to have gotten used to Futian bragging. She heard quite a bit over the time she spent around him. "Mr. Seventh." An anxious voice was heard at that moment. A middle-aged man walked towards him in a hurry and took one look at his daughter, before saying to Futian, who was casually lying about, "Mr. Seventh, Nye Yun of the Sword Clan of the Gale brought his men personally to Luyu City. It was said that they were already at the city lord's office. I thank you for your kindness, but it's best that you leave. If I were to drag you into my mess and end up getting you killed, I wouldn't be able to forgive myself. Is this Nye Yun that powerful?" Futian did not seem fazed at all, as he asked in a lazy manner. "He is the number one in the sword clan of the Gale. The powers of Nye Yun would have ranked him in the top 10 in all of the county of Yen," the middle-aged man said. "Top 10 in the entire county of Yen, huh?" Futian then continued nonchalantly. "Even if the number one below St. Plain in all of county of Yen were to show up, I can tell you that they wouldn't even be able to make me dish out a second attack." "Is that so?" A voice was heard from afar. There were swords whooshing from far away as the question was asked. One figure after another was seen arriving on their swords. Furthermore, there were more and more mighty ones closing in on the villa, peering inside as they moved. "The number one figure below St. Plain in all of county of Yen unable to make you dish more than one attack, you say?" A cold voice was heard. Everyone was baffled. The seventh swordsman was no doubt very powerful, but they nonetheless deemed him to have been too pompous and reckless for boasting like that. The county of Yen was vast and there were plenty of genius cultivators about. Talented swordsmen were in untold numbers, and one could have imagined how powerful the number one below St. Plain had to be. The middle-aged man and the woman turned pale, knowing that it was too late for them to do anything further. The middle-aged man steeled him at the moment and walked forward, saying, "Senior, you need to know that it is indeed the city lord's people going too far in this matter. The seventh swordsman here was simply helping us out. If you insist on taking someone, then take us instead. This has nothing to do with the two of you," Nye Yun said plainly. Many gasped as he said that. They were indeed people from a holy land, seeing how they had done their investigations beforehand. Claiming that the matter had nothing to do with them meant that they did not intend to pursue the matter further with them both. However, it remained a fact that the city lord died by the hands of that swordsman. There was no way the sword clan of the Gale would have simply let things slide like that. Many took to the air and looked into the compound, seeing that swordsman remained lying about lazily. He was totally unfazed even after seeing Nye Yun showing up. "Seeing as how you people could still tell right from wrong, I'd just spare you people then. Just go home, Futian said plainly. How insolent! Ye Yun berated angrily. He stepped out, bursting with towering sword will and ferocious winds whipped about, then diving below at Futian. He was not the only one who had gotten angry, as all swordsmen from the sword clan of the Gale shared the same sentiment, as they burst with their sword will. Why do you have to make me do this? Futian said lazily and slowly got up, taking to the air and set his eyes at Ye Yun. Draw your sword. Futian gazed at Ye Yun, whose expression turned somewhat severe seeing Futian's eyes. Violent aura burst around him and coalesced into swords. Swords were conjured around Ye Yun, all imbued with the sword will of storms. He looked extremely overbearing at the moment. Everyone around them turned their attention to Ye Yun, who whipped up a terrifying storm of sword aura around him, as he stood tall in midair. Many gasped as they witnessed the number one below Saint Plain in the sword clan of the Galen in action. Boom! Gale blew and Ye Yun streaked forward, his storm getting increasingly powerful as it whipped at Futian. The place was filled with sword aura in an instant. Futian sensed that storm coming at him and conjured a heavy sword right before him. He took one step forward as Ye Yun came. The space around them shuddered as the heavy sword was brought down like a bolt of lightning. Many witnessed the sword cutting through the storm right there, and then like hot knife through butter, tearing the storm apart. Boom! Ye Yun's body halted with a rumble, before falling below right there and then. Chapter 1090 PFF. Ye Yun, who dropped below, spat up blood. His insides felt as if a heavy sword had cleaved them apart. His insides were so violently rattled that he felt as if his body would come apart at any given moment. PFF. Ye Yun, who dropped below, spat up blood. His insides felt as if a heavy sword had cleaved them apart. His insides were so violently rattled that he felt as if his body would come apart at any given moment. Ye Yun looked up at the young man before him and sported a surprised look. The man had indeed dealt only one attack. He was not the only one feeling dumbfounded. Many around them stared blankly at what just happened. Ye Yun, the number one below Saint Plain from the sword clan of the Gale, a holy land of the sword, had only been able to make that young man attack once, just like how it was with that city lord. Just how powerful was he? The students from the sword clan of the Gale sported frustrated looks. They flashed about and burst with towering sword will, making their way towards Futian. Swords came raining down from above, bursting with mighty sword will within an instant. All of the other mighty ones around them felt dazed. That space seemed to have been filled with nothing but sword aura. At that moment, however, they saw Futian's body burst into brilliant light, like a blazing sun. There seemed to have been a red sun shining in the sky. Futian pointed at the air, and a scorching hot blade emerged from that sun. His sword aura swept all over the place. Go! Futian pointed forward, and within an instant, the flash of the sword of the sun burst with blinding light. The students from the sword clan of the Gale felt their eyes hurt. It was as if they had been burned by the fires of the sun. When the solar sword flash fell onto them, they felt as if they were covered in scorching heat within a heartbeat. All of their sword will was burned away immediately. Wherever the light of the sword hit, smoking noises were heard as the clothes of many caught in flames and began to burn. Eerie gashes of the sword were left on some of them as well. Everyone stopped what they were doing in an instant, looking at the extremely brilliant young swordsman with astonished expressions. That handsome appearance of his seemed rather demonic. Even men had to admit that those eyes were indeed mesmerizing. Since when did the mountain of hidden swords produce one such mystical swordsman? You failed to discipline your people despite claiming to be of a holy land of the sword. That city lord bullied others using his status, thinking that he had nothing to fear due to having been a student of the clan. It is no wonder why you people failed to produce any swordsman worth mentioning, Futian said, completely monotone. He was exuding an extraordinary bearing all over him. It was as if the sword clan of the Gale was entirely beneath his notice. The students of the sword clan of the Gale all looked frustrated, yet they were unable to come up with any words to retort him. They, the student of the sword clan of the Gale, were unable to withstand more than one attack from him, after all. That there is one true swordsman. Many young swordsmen from Luyu City looked at Yi Futian with admiration. All disputes were to be settled with the sword as a swordsman ventured on their way to do good, taking no more than one attack to deal with any one person. Any unjust matters of the world shall be taken care of with a single swing of the sword. You're all from Holy Lands, so what? Care to take one swing of the sword from me? That was the true personification of a swordsman. If you feel vexed, then go back to your clan and tell everyone what is happening. I want to see if the saints of the Sword Clan of the Gale will come for me, just like you people, Yi Futian said plainly and waved about with his hand. Sword will fill the place, as he said. What are you still here for? Let's go, Niayun said. The mighty ones then retreated in a heartbeat, with their tails between their legs. Many felt dazed about what just happened. Those people were students of a holy land of the sword. Niayun was known to be the number 1 below Saint Plain, one who ranked among the top 10 in the county of Yen. They expected Yi Futian to be taken away by the Sword Clan. No one would have anticipated that he still lashed out with just one attack. Just how powerful is this 7th swordsman? They wondered. Mr. 7th. The father and daughter in the villa looked just as dazed. Their hearts continued to race. He was just too powerful. They were not even able to begin imagining how powerful Yi Futian was. He used only a single attack, be it when he was dealing with Niayun or the others, after all. I studied the art of the sword for many years before venturing outside of the mountain of hidden swords, thinking it would be a good thing to see how capable swordsmen outside were. I never expected to find the swordsmen to be so weak. Now I'm wondering if there are actually swordsmen worth mentioning in the county of Yen. Yi Futian shook his head and said, Man, this is boring. It seems like more fun to drink and listen to the guqin indeed. Many were rendered speechless hearing Yi Futian talk. He was wondering if there are actually swordsmen worth mentioning in the county of Yen. Gosh, just how boastful could he be? It was worth mentioning that over half of the swordsmen of Dali dynasty hailed from the county of Yen, which actually sent many, many geniuses of the sword up to the upper worlds. Some top-notch geniuses were extremely renowned in the county of Yen. However, the way Yi Futian talked, it seemed as if he was suggesting that there were no swordsmen in all of the county of Yen. But then again, when they recalled what happened moments ago, it seemed to them that he was rightful to boast, given how he had what it took to back his claims. Where did you train in the Mountain of Hidden Swords, senior? A young man then bowed and asked Yi Futian. Is there any place in the Mountain of Hidden Swords that you can't train in? Yi Futian retorted with a single question. The young man was dumbfounded and then bowed at Yi Futian, saying, I do still have much to learn. Thank you for your guidance. Yeah. Yi Futian nodded and looked like he was some kind of master. Little did the young man know that Yi Futian was making things up. While he had been to the Mountain of Hidden Swords before, he did little more than take a stroll there. The place was too big after all, and he was just there to get familiar with the place, just so to prevent him from getting his cover blown in the future. The 7th swordsman was an orphan who hailed from the Mountain of Hidden Swords. He had a single-minded devotion to the art of the sword and did nothing but practice his way of the sword. He was also of supreme talent in the learning of the way of the sword. That constituted his identity at Dali dynasty. That identity of his would one day be the talk of all of Dali dynasty, becoming an extremely renowned genius in all of the realm. Yi Futian hovered to the ground and smiled at the woman at the villa below. Would you mind if I trade that attack for one more tune? I'll play as many as you wish to hear, Mr. 7th. The woman said softly and then began to play the guqin again. Yi Futian continued to drink, without any intention of leaving the place. He was waiting for the Sword Clan of the Gale to send more people his way. Be it to extend an invitation or to deal with him, he was indifferent. The middle-aged man smiled a bitter one as he shook his head while looking at Yi Futian. That daughter of his was considered beautiful and prudent, and it seemed as if she was about to really fall for the man. However, he knew that one such mystical man was not someone that his daughter would be able to tie down. That previously unknown young swordsman who hailed from the Mountain of Hidden Swords had truly set the world on fire. That one attack of his would earn him fame throughout the entire county of Yen. As Yi Futian expected, Nie Yun came back to Luyu City on the same day, looking for Yi Futian. You want to try your hand again? Yi Futian sat on the ground and drank quietly, looking at Nie Yun, who had just gotten there. Our clan leader extends an invitation, Nie Yun said to Yi Futian. Yi Futian's eyes flashed as he drank with his head down. He then put his cup down and said to Nie Yun, I'm not interested in joining the Sword Clan of the Gale. I know. Nie Yun looked at Yi Futian coldly. While he acknowledged Yi Futian's strength, he deemed him to be unnecessarily prideful. But he nonetheless knew that there was little for Yi Futian to gain in joining and training in the Sword Clan of the Gale. Nie Yun was standing at the very top below St. Plain, after all. You claim to be invincible in the art of the sword. Wouldn't you want to know what the powers of other top-notch swordsmen in the county of Yen are like? Nie Yun asked. I heard that you rank among the top 10 below St. Plain in all of county of Yen. If all swordsmen from the county of Yen are of a similar caliber, why should I bother? Yi Futian eyed Nie Yun with his charming eyes. Nie Yun was dumbfounded as he glared at Yi Futian coldly. That bastard knows no respect at all, he thought. I'm far from being the only swordsman in all of county of Yen. There are naturally those who are more powerful than I am. Even if the county of Yen proves inadequate, top-notch geniuses are found in abundance through the 9 counties of Dali dynasty. Do you dare to claim to be superior to them all? Nie Yun asked coldly. Why would I not? Yi Futian looked at Nie Yun and continued. I've spent decades in the mountain of hidden swords to perfect my art of the sword, and I gave up fame and glory for over 30 years before I got to where I am today. Dali dynasty has 9 counties, so what? Nie Yun glared at Yi Futian, feeling rattled inside. That man had spent decades perfecting his art in the mountain of hidden sword, spending 30 years learning the sword arts. It was persistence and determination that he found himself impossible to match. It was not surprising that he lost at all. However, Nie Yun still deemed the man before him to have been overly pompous. 30 years learning the art of the sword, and you think you can claim to be invincible throughout the 9 counties of Dali dynasty? He thought. There are trillions of cultivators throughout the world. Mighty ones of Dali dynasty are literally everywhere. Other than the geniuses of the lower worlds, there are still the cultivators of the upper worlds who are even more brilliant and unmatched, whom the ones from the lower worlds are incapable of matching at all. While you have defeated my brother and proven yourself to be of incredible power, deeming everything in the world beneath you and cultivators of all realms not worthy of your notice, don't you think you're too much of a frog in a well? Is this your way of the sword? A woman beside Nie Yun said. The woman was not there previously. She came after hearing that the man defeated Nie Yun with a single stroke of the sword. She wore plain, pitch-black clothes, sporting a dashing, stunning appearance, as well as a well-mannered grace. There was no way she could have known that Yi Futian was able to brag like that because he had already seen what the top-notch geniuses below St. Plain from Emperor Xiao's realm, Emperor Li's realm, and the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm were capable of. If Yi Futian were to be a cultivator who had not been in the scene for long, then the woman would have been right about Yi Futian, a frog in a well whose arrogance knew no bounds. My way of the sword rests with the sword in my hand. There may be countless cultivators throughout the world, but there will only be 1 swordsman, Yi Futian said. Brother, while this man truly has exceptional powers, he is not worth inviting over. Let's go, the woman said to Nie Yun, feeling rather disappointed at Yi Futian's extremely boisterous attitude. Nie Yun gazed at Yi Futian and said, This is the order of our teacher. The upper worlds of the dynasty are recruiting extraordinary people. This might be your chance. Since you've claimed to be invincible, I suggest you go and see for yourself. You can take it as I've never said anything to you otherwise. That's so? Yi Futian looked amused. What a coincidence indeed. Dali dynasty ruled both the upper and lower worlds directly, so they would definitely be more strict with the administration of the lower worlds. They might have suffered quite a shock after the Battle of Empty Realm, and were ready to recruit capable people from the lower worlds en masse. The ones who decided the outcome of the Battle of Empty Realm were none other than him, Yuxing, and the others, who had cut down the imperial flag of Dali dynasty, people who hailed from the 9 states of the lower worlds. Since you've put it that way, I shall go and have a look. I'd like to know how many attacks the cultivators of the rest of the world can dish out. Yi Futian got up and began walking. Nie Yun felt dumbfounded. However, being someone who lost to Yi Futian, he had no right to say much about Yi Futian's arrogance. That woman eyed Yi Futian coldly. Even though he had defeated her brother, who was of supreme talent, she deemed Yi Futian someone who would have limited achievements due to his insolent nature. She was slightly disappointed about coming. While Yi Futian looked stunning, those who trained in the art of the sword were not simply common beings. Mr. Seventh. The woman who was with Yi Futian rose, and the middle-aged man came as well, looking at Yi Futian. Fate brought us to meet each other. I think no one else from Liu City will look for trouble with either of you in the future. I shall take my leave. Yi Futian said and began to walk away nonchalantly, leaving with Nie Yun and his people. The woman continued to gaze at him after he left. She believed that she would hear of his name again soon enough, as he was about to be known throughout the world. Chapter 1091. The Sword Clan of the Gale was one of the 5 holy lands of the county of Yen. Jian Quangren, the clan leader, was a saint at the pinnacle of the first level of Saint Plane. It was said that his way of the sword was filled with pride and unruliness. The Sword Clan of the Gale was one of the 5 holy lands of the county of Yen. Jian Quangren, the clan leader, was a saint at the pinnacle of the first level of Saint Plane. It was said that his way of the sword was filled with pride and unruliness. The Sword Clan of the Gale was considered the weakest out of the 5 holy lands of the county of Yen. Of course, that was also the reason Yi Futian chose to set up shop within Liu City, a place ruled by the Sword Clan of the Gale, in the first place. Even if he were to get on the bad side of a sword saint of the first level of Saint Plane, he would not have been taken down right away without any way of fighting back. Although he pretended to be extremely arrogant, he nonetheless had to be cautious while operating within the Dali dynasty. He had been a champion of the people and went around doing good deeds ever since he entered the Dali dynasty. All whom he killed were people who deserved it, so there were little faults others could have found with him. Yi Futian met Jian Quangren at the palace of the Sword Clan of the Gale on a mountain, who was also known as the Sword Saint of Fierce Wind. Nie Yun and that woman walked to the sides of Jian Quangren, and there were many students of the Sword Clan of the Gale below him. All of them looked at Yi Futian. So this is the guy who defeated brother Nie Yun with just one attack then, they thought. Yi Futian gauged the Sword Saint of Fierce Wind. He was tall and imposing. He emanated sharpness of the sword throughout his being as he fixed his eyes on Yi Futian. I'm the 7th swordsman, senior. It is an honor to meet you. Yi Futian bowed and said. Jian Quangren did not say anything. He emanated formless pressure while his eyes were locked onto Yi Futian, finding the man before him exuding a demonic charm, yet lacked the tension exhibited by many when they faced saints. There were many cities found in the county of Yen, and cultivators were aplenty, yet there were only 18 saints found in the county. All of the sword saints were revered by many. It was the lower worlds after all. Regardless of how superbly talented one might have been, all would have paid due respect to a saint when they saw one. However, Jian Quangren was unable to sense any such respect from Yi Futian. Even that bow of his seemed nonchalant. There was no way he would have known that Yi Futian was a palace lord of a holy land. The saints who served him were all powerful enough to raise the county of Yen in its entirety, so there was no way he would have behaved like conventional cultivators. You don't seem too concerned with saints, the Sword Saint of Fierce Wind said to Yi Futian. As a member of the later generation, it is only natural that I respect my seniors and elders. However, one's training precedes all. Is there a need for cultivators of the sword to be too concerned with propriety? Yi Futian answered. Pressure continued to be emanated from the Sword Saint of Fierce Wind as he continued to stare at Yi Futian. The man was indeed how he was rumored to be, insolently prideful. One's training precedes all, eh? It seems like you have absolute confidence in being able to break into Saint Plane. The Sword Saint of Fierce Wind continued. I have heard that you claim that there are hardly any swordsmen who could have you deal a second attack, no? He didn't even bother with the 9 counties of Dali dynasty, let alone the county of Yan. The woman at the saint's side quipped. Futian took a look at the woman and said, "If you invited me here to interrogate me, then it's best that I leave." He cupped his hands and got ready to leave as soon as he finished his sentence. "If you're so confident in your way of the sword, then I suppose you'd be interested in fighting the geniuses throughout the 9 counties of Dali dynasty. The dynasty is now recruiting people from all over the 9 counties. If you're so confident about yourself, you should test yourself at the event." The sword saint of fierce wind seemed rather calm as he spoke to Futian. "Where should I head to?" Futian asked. "The people throughout the 9 counties are gathering at Liwang City." The sword saint of fierce wind continued. "If you're of supreme talents, you could train in the upper worlds right away. There might be cultivators coming from the upper worlds of Dali dynasty this time. If you're truly that powerful, perhaps you might be able to achieve fame and glory with a single step even. Does that interest you enough?" "Not interested," Futian answered plainly. "So you're saying that there is a competition of martial arts at the lower worlds, then?" "Perhaps." The sword saint of fierce wind nodded and looked slightly amused. He said that he was uninterested, "Just how many cultivators throughout the 9 counties of Dali dynasty are worthy of having me draw my sword?" Futian said plainly. "Such competitions sound boring. As for training at the upper worlds, I'd be able to head there any time the sword is in my hands. As for fame and glory, that sounds even more boring. What I seek is none other than the supreme way of the sword. If I were after fame and glory, I wouldn't have spent decades polishing my art, and have emerged only recently. Supreme way of the sword, is it? Interesting." The sword saint of fierce wind looked increasingly amused with Futian. He then said, "Cultivators of the sword do indeed need to have little concerns with fame and glory, devoting themselves single-mindedly instead, in tempering their minds of the sword. It seems like you have a high state of mind. It is no wonder that you were able to achieve this much. But even if you're interested in polishing your art and think that few throughout the 9 counties are worthy of making you draw your sword, then there is all the more reason you should head to the upper worlds to train, don't you think?" "Indeed." Futian nodded. "In that case, let's travel together. I'm curious about your way of the sword. If you think that few throughout the 9 counties are worthy of making you draw your sword, then how about you wait until you find someone who can make you do so?" "Very well, I shall travel with you, senior." Futian nodded. That was his goal, after all. It would have been easier for him to add another layer to his identity by being among the ones from Holy Lands, instead of just one guy appearing out of nowhere. "Huanxue, find him somewhere where he can train," the sword saint of fierce wind said to the woman beside him. The woman was dumbfounded. "I refuse." The woman was the biological daughter of the sword saint of fierce wind. She would not have dared to take such an attitude, refusing what the sword saint of fierce wind told her. She had had a taste of Futian's arrogance, and now, even before her father, Futian continued to behave insolently. Despite his superb talent, she had no desire to get too involved with him. "It seems that you're not ready to travel with us on this trip, then?" the sword saint of fierce wind said plainly. The woman glared at her father, feeling exasperated as she said to Futian, "Come with me." She only brought Futian away after that. No one was able to fathom why the clan leader was so polite with that insolent swordsman. While it was true that he had talent, the clan leader was a sword saint, and there was simply no need for him to be so polite. "You're dismissed." The sword saint of fierce wind then waved at the people, who then left. Nianyun was still around, looking at the sword saint of fierce wind as he asked, "Are you that appreciative of this 7th swordsman, teacher? That kid has the will of the way about him." The sword saint of fierce wind did not look at Nianyun, casting his gaze far away as he continued. "There are indeed few below St. Plain in all of the county of Yen capable of matching him in a fight, let alone you. If he were compared to those throughout all of Dali dynasty, there are but a handful of people capable of matching him." He heard from Nianyun that the man came from the mountain of hidden swords. That place was indeed a pure land of training of those who were steeped in the art of the sword. He spent decades polishing his art, and only emerged after 30 years of age. If he had indeed turned out to be such, then that man's mind of the sword was undoubtedly pure, and he hardly matched whose aptitude for the way of the sword in the county of Yen. There were few swordsmen throughout the county of Yen capable of learning that much all on their own, after all. In that case, why not take him in as a student of the clan instead, teacher? Yen asked. If he was able to come this far all on his own, there is no way the sword clan of the Gale will be able to keep him around. He belongs to the upper worlds of Dali dynasty. I have my agenda of having him travel with us. The sword clan of the Gale had been the weakest holy land of the sword throughout the county of Yen for many years. If there is one swordsman in our midst who proves capable of shining brightly through Dali dynasty and overwhelming those from other holy lands of the county of Yen, it'd feel rather satisfying nonetheless. The sword saint of fierce wind smiled as he said so. It was not that much of an agenda. One could have said it was only something saints would have found amusing. And yeah, don't tell your sister about this, the sword saint of fierce wind said. Why would that be? Yen asked in puzzlement. There is a need to give her some shock. The greater the shock, the greater her gain would be in tempering his state of mind. The sword saint of fierce wind then turned around smiling, leaving the place. His daughter, Huanxue, escorted Futian to a compound of the clan and said, Stay here and train. The sword clan of the Gale is a holy land of the sword, and there are many forbidden areas. Don't loiter around elsewhere if you're not training. Thank you. Futian walked straight ahead into the compound and did not bother to take another look at the woman. He had no doubt saw through her attitude and did not bother. They were hardly acquaintances, after all. The woman was scarcely surprised about Futian's attitude as well. She then turned around and left. The mighty ones from the sword clan of the Gale departed several days later. Their sword will filled the place as they headed far away. Futian was naturally with them on the trip as well. However, their destination was not Liwang City. They were heading to Yendu City, which was where the sheriff of the county of Yen was found. All 9 counties of Dali dynasty had their respective sheriffs, reigning supreme over the own counties. Even holy lands were subjected to their rule. Mighty ones were found everywhere in County King's residence in Yendu City at the moment, seemingly waiting to receive something or someone. The sheriffs were known as kings of counties as well. The king of the county of Yen sat upright on his chair. Many mighty ones lined his flanks, waiting in silence. That day was the day he had set to meet with those from holy lands throughout the county of Yen. They were to gather there and head to Liwang City together. Who among the cultivators of the county of Yen will reign supreme in this trip to Liwang City? The king of the county asked as he addressed the crowd. He naturally knew that it was an extremely rare chance as the event was concerned with the upper worlds of Dali dynasty selecting genius cultivators. As the king of the county of Yen, he naturally hoped that there were few more geniuses selected. It would have reflected well on him, after all. There is no doubt that the 2 princesses will make it, someone below quipped, and all turned their eyes at the 2 women beside the king of the county. The 2 women were gorgeous, and what was even more shocking was that the 2 of them looked identical. It was as if they were copies of each other. The 2 princesses of the county of Yen were twins and shared a telepathic link. They trained in the way of the sword together, and possessed superb talents. Li Hanxing of the Ziwei sword clan, one of the princesses uttered. Kai Huang of the Juk sword clan, the other one said. Everyone nodded. Both the Ziwei sword clan and the Juk sword clan were the most powerful of the 2 holy lands of the sword in the county of Yen. The 2 figures mentioned by the princesses were the strongest students studying in those places, and they were among the strongest to be found below St. Plain in the county of Yen. If there were anyone from the county of Yen who could make it, then those 2 would definitely be among those people. The king of the county looked up far away and heard brimming laughter. Thank you, princess, for thinking so highly of that brat of a student of mine. Powerful sword aura was sensed from far away. 2 sword clans came together, yet they were clearly separated. They were none other than the Ziwei sword clan and the Juk sword clan. The king of the county smiled as he rose to receive them. The mighty ones from the 2 sword clans landed and cupped their hands at the king of the county. cultivators from the Crimson Phoenix Sword Clan and the Sword Clan of the Storm arrived shortly after as well. The place was vivacious. The Sword Clan of the Gale was the last to arrive, and Futian was with them. Chapter 1092. The entire County King's residence turned extremely rowdy. There were people continuously showing up at the door to pay a visit, wanting to see those top-notch figures from the Holy Lands for themselves. The entire County King's residence turned extremely rowdy. There were people continuously showing up at the door to pay a visit, wanting to see those top-notch figures from the Holy Lands for themselves. The County King of Yen threw a banquet for the mighty ones as well as those who came all the way to Yendu City to visit the place, to show his appreciation as the host. They were to leave for Liwang City right away after the banquet was over. Futian came with the Sword Saint of Fierce Wind, so it was only natural for him to sit with them. However, the Sword Saint of Fierce Wind kept a low profile in the banquet. The Sword Clan of the Gale was ranked the lowest among the 5 holy lands of the sword after all. He was less formidable somewhat compared to the Saint Lords of other holy lands. As such, he spoke little and listened more to what others had to say. County King, who is the one from the upper worlds who would be coming to the lower worlds? The Sword Saint of Ziwei asked. They all knew that someone from the Dali dynasty of the upper worlds would be coming down to the lower worlds to pick geniuses, who would then be sent to the upper worlds to further their training. However, they did not know who would have been the one showing up. The County King of Yen was in charge of the County of Yen, and had the title of King. His high status meant that he might have known more. I'm not all that sure about the details myself. We'd only find out once we got there. The County King of Yen then said. But there was one thing I was sure of. The operation was ordered personally by the Imperial Advisor. It involves more than just the 9 counties of Dali, as even the upper world seems to be up to something as well. It might have had something to do with the Battle of Empty Realm that happened last year. Everyone present there was of high status. The County King of Yen was already one of the handful of people standing at the top of the lower worlds, so he naturally would not have been oblivious of what was happening in the upper worlds like most common folk. The Imperial Advisor. Respect was seen in the eyes of many. There had been many rumors regarding the Imperial Advisor. He had been playing an important role in bringing about the massive strength of Dali dynasty after all. Even those from the lower worlds would have known about the Imperial Advisor's status in Dali dynasty. He was someone who stood at the Emperor's side and a top-notch figure revered by the saints. If the Imperial Advisor has a hand in arranging this, then the upper worlds would definitely be placing a lot of importance in this matter. How many slots would there be? The Sword Saint of Juk asked. It is said that there would be mighty ones coming down to see for themselves. There is no telling of the actual number of slots. Perhaps, anyone that they take a liking to would be permitted to train in the upper worlds, so much so even be allowed inside top-notch forces in the upper worlds. The County King of Yen added. Would you be reluctant to let your students go? Well, we would be able to help nurture capable ones for Dali and our students would get to widen their vista. What is there to be reluctant about? The Sword Saint of Ziwei smiled and said, I hope that Hanqing would be able to get to the Sword Mountain in the upper worlds to train instead. Speaking of which, I assume that you would be reluctant to part with the princesses, no? The County King of Yen took a look at the twin sisters at his side and said, Well, I'm sure reluctant, but nonetheless, they would need to venture outside eventually. Furthermore, they might have their own partners in training in the future. There is no way I would be able to stay by their sides forever. With their stunning appearances and talents, I think that the princess's path in training would surpass even yours. There is no need to worry about their partners in the future at all. The Sword Saint of Ziwei said with a smile. Speaking of which, girls would always have it worse than guys when venturing outside. But if they chose the path of a swordsman, I just hope that they would see it through throughout their lives. Being someone who was in charge of managing the county of Yen, it was only natural that he was familiar with the sword saints from the holy lands of the sword, which was why he was able to chat so freely with them. Li Hanqing of the Ziwei Sword Clan, Kai Huang of the Juk Sword Clan, Qi Xia, Qi Yao of the Crimson Phoenix Sword Clan, Lin Ye of the Sword Clan of the Storm, and Ye Yun of the Sword Clan of the Gale. You all are the most capable of swordsmen from the holy lands of the sword in the county of Yen, and you may have a chance to make it up to the upper worlds this time. I know that there are rivalries between the sword clans, but if you were to be able to make it up there to train, I sure hope that you've gotten each other's backs." The county king of Yen turned his eyes at the geniuses of the holy lands. The ones that he mentioned were the most renowned of the 5 holy lands of the sword in the county of Yen. "If I were to be able to make it to the Sword Mountain of the upper worlds and train there, I'd surely have the backs of the princesses," Li Hanqing said to the king, who nodded. "I shall recommend one person to you, county king of Yen." A voice was heard, and the king turned his eyes at that voice's direction. He then looked at the sword saint of fierce wind and asked, "Who is he?" Nie Yun, his daughter, Huan Xue, and one other person was sitting at the sword saint of fierce wind's side. Many took notice of that person when he arrived, as he looked extremely handsome, maybe even demonic. That might have had something to do with his training. Furthermore, he sat next to the daughter of the sword saint of fierce wind, so it was only natural that he attracted attention. However, that young simply enjoyed his drink and food all the way through, so the others did not pay him any further heed. "Seventh swordsman," the sword saint of fierce wind called. Futian looked up at the county king of Yen and cupped his hands, saying, "I'm the 7th swordsman. It is an honor to meet you, county king of Yen." The deep eyes of the king remained on Futian for a bit. It seemed that Futian's eyes looked impeccably dashing, and he was even able to sense charm exuding from them. Futian's eyes shone like the stars, bright, deep, and bottomless. Despite being only a sage, but the king was able to tell that the young man was rather exceptional, judging from his bearing alone. But then again, he had not sensed any might of the great path from Futian. He had deliberately emanated some vague will of the great path to resist the pressure emanating from the sword saint of fierce wind, but he was not doing that then. "Not bad. A student that you had just taken in?" The county king of Yen turned his eyes away and asked the sword saint of fierce wind. "No." The sword saint of fierce wind shook his head and elaborated. "The kid spent over 30 years training in the mountain of hidden swords, polishing his art at the sword throughout the decades. His way of the sword was only accomplished as of late, and he chose to travel the world. He caused quite a ruckus at my place not long after he came, even killing a city lord, who had been a student of mine. I ordered Nie Yun to arrest him, but Nie Yun was unable to withstand a single attack from him." "That so?" The king's eyes sparkled. While he knew well that Futian would have been someone exceptional, he never expected that Nie Yun, the #1 student of the sword clan of the Gale, had not been able to take even a single attack. Among the 5 holy lands of the sword in the county of Yen, the sword saint of the Gale was ranked last. Nie Yun was probably somewhat inferior when compared to the other top-notch figures from the holy lands of the sword. However, there were actually only about 1 or 2 among them who were able to completely overpower him, which was why he was able to make it to the top 10. The mention of only 1 attack surprised many. The county king of Yen was not only the other one who was gauging Futian, as every sword saints present were doing the same. Needless to say, the top-notch geniuses were doing the same as well. All of them naturally knew each other, and there were many who have fought each other before. But this 7th swordsman guy, did he really just appear out of nowhere and brought down Nie Yun with a single attack? "You spent decades polishing your art of the sword, you said? That will of yours was indeed commendable. So tell me, 7th swordsman, what kind of art of the sword have you been studying all these years?" The county king of Yen asked. "The sword of blazing sun, the sword of freezing ice, the sword of raging storm, the sword of blitzing thunder. Throughout my 30 years of study of the way of the sword, there was no art of the sword that I was unable to wield," Futian said calmly. Everyone had their eyes on him at the moment. "No art of the sword that I was unable to wield. He really has a big mouth indeed." But then again, that was how it usually was with geniuses, especially he was one who had studied the way of the sword for 30 years and found his training completed one morning, who then went into the world and achieved fame with just a single attack. There was no reason for him not to be proud. "So you are saying that you possess talents of multiple attributes, and you have infused them all into your way of the sword then. It would seem that yet another genius of the sword emerged in the county of Yen then. The county king of Yen hardly minded Yi Futian's big mouth. He had been training for years and had seen too many younger generations of excellent caliber. Be they humble or haughty, eventually it was their swords that did the talking. There was more than one way to walk to the path of the sword. So long as the swordsman was exceptional enough and their mind clear and flawless, any path could have been their own way of the sword. But then again, Huan Xue, who was at Yi Futian's side, felt rather speechless and was unable to wait to distance herself from him. Other than the county king of Yen, there were also lords of other holy lands present. They were all very powerful sword saints, and their students were top-notch geniuses. Despite Yi Futian's extraordinary powers, but he remained haughty even in such an event, claiming as if his way of the sword was unparalleled in the county of Yen. She was puzzled as to why her father bothered to deliberate bring him up. Is father really buying his bullshit? Which of your swords would be the strongest then? A woman beside the county king of Yen asked. Yi Futian turned his eyes to her. The twins were really identical in just about any way. If it had not been for the difference in their clothing, it might have been near impossible to tell them apart. All of them are just as strong, Yi Futian answered. Everyone gave Yi Futian peculiar looks. Despite the fact that he was indeed very powerful for being able to best Nie Yun with a single attack, but did he not know how to be prudent in such situations? All of them are just as strong. Huan Xue noticed the eyes that the others looked at Yi Futian with, and she wanted very badly to just leave, instead of sitting beside someone like that. Couldn't you keep a lower profile? Yi Futian, however, looked completely at ease, as if he never noticed how the others looked at him. That was the seventh swordsman, unbridled, free, and going about things as he fancied, yet nonetheless possessed talents of the sword that were peerless. Such a swordsman would have pulled anything and there would have been hardly any reason to be surprised. The princess who asked before was at a loss for words after hearing Yi Futian's answer. One should have a focus in the arts they practice, and more so when it comes to the art of the sword. Picking up too much would render one's way of the sword impure. Despite your supreme talents, you should still have an art that you majored in. Li Hanqing of the Ziwei sword clan looked at Yi Futian and said, The great path connects all. Knowing one would open the path to knowing all. That is the same with the way of the sword. Yi Futian did not bother to even look up. He added calmly, Having spent decades to polish my art, no one knows the purity of my way of the sword better than I would. Any ways of training with the sword touched only on the methods. What a swordsman truly studies is the sword and nothing else. So you are saying that you have developed complete mastery of the art of the sword then? Kai Huang of the Juk sword clan asked as well. There are many senior sword saints with us today. Please ask the seniors if any of them dare to claim that they have developed complete mastery. Yi Futian continued. One's journey on sword training has no bounds. None of the others said anything else and simply looked at Yi Futian. Regardless of how good he is with a sword, but you have to give it to him, he really has a way with words. All of what he said made everyone else speechless. Splendid. The county king of Yen smiled and said, after seeing the banquet falling into awkward silence. The great path is interconnected and knowing one grants access to all. One's journey on sword training has no bounds. Being able to comprehend that much at such an age, it was no surprise why you have been able to accomplish so much with your sword. It would seem that we have yet another top-notch figure who would be able to make it up to the upper worlds for training then. Since the county king of Yen put it that way, no one else said anything. However, all of them remained somewhat doubtful if Yi Futian's way of the sword as actually as extraordinary as he put it himself. Chapter 1093. Things were harmonious at the banquet. Despite the Holy Lands being rivals with each other, they were still at the banquet thrown by the king of county, so they saw fit to reel their usual animosity in. Things were harmonious at the banquet. Despite the Holy Lands being rivals with each other, they were still at the banquet thrown by the king of county, so they saw fit to reel their usual animosity in. With the imperial advisor giving the order and sending people to pick worthy candidates to train, those from the county of Yen saw it necessary to stand together. They needed to send as many geniuses to train at the upper worlds as possible, as the glory of the county of Yen was on the line, and it was not the time for them to fight each other. The banquet did not continue for long, as it was just courtesy of the county king of Yen as the host. The banquet served little purpose but to gather cultivators from holy lands and get ready to depart for Liwang City. As for Yi Futian's appearance, he was little more than a footnote to them, especially to the saints. Having yet another extraordinary swordsman emerging from the sword clan of the Gale was hardly anything worth mentioning. "Let's go," the county king of Yen said after the banquet was finished. The mighty ones nodded and took to the air in an instant. Their swords were blazing in the sky. The county king of Yen was at the very front with his people from the county king's residence. The mighty ones from the 5 holy lands followed behind them. All had their respective saint in the lead, summoning huge swords to serve as steeds. "Go!" Sword will burst throughout the sky as soon as the county king of Yen was done. The sound of sword aura bursting throughout the county king's residence was heard from inside out. Many looked up in the sky at the impressive scene and were thoroughly shaken. Over 1,000 swordsmen flew while riding on their swords. Over a dozen saints took the lead right in front of them, creating a very, very shocking scene. The swordsmen of Dali went outside the county of Yen, and everyone was hoping that the trip to Liwang City would have allowed the swordsmen of the county of Yen to shine at their best. The swords flew high up in the sky. Yi Futian was traveling with the ones from the sword clan of the Gale. The sword saint of fierce wind invoked a huge sword of the storm and streaked the air. Huan Xue, who was beside Yi Futian before, deliberately took several steps away to distance herself from him. That bastard's arrogance knew no bounds, and he didn't even bother to reel his ego in before the significant figures of the county of Yen. It was as if he was the only one in the entire county of Yen who knew how to wield a sword. That was an insult like no other. Regardless of how great his talents with swords were, Huan Xue had no intention of getting involved with him any further. Yi Futian stood on the huge sword, his hair billowing in the wind. He naturally noticed what Huan Xue was doing. However, he behaved calmly, and did not mind at all. No one liked someone who was abrasive, unbridled, and had an ego, especially those who thought themselves to be above others. But then again, he was never there at Dali Dynasty to make friends. If one had extraordinarily stunning looks, traits like stubbornness and contentiousness could be considered affectionate and charming instead. If one possessed unparalleled talents, one's arrogance and boisterousness would be accepted by the people around them, thinking such traits to be typical among supreme beings. Those traits would have even been regarded as unique personalities. After the trip to Liwang City, the people would have naturally accepted his arrogance, and those from the upper worlds had extended their invitations for him to train in the upper worlds. These were his true intentions for the trip. He did not head straight to the upper worlds, but had instead taken a detour by first setting up shop at the lower worlds of Emperor Li's realm. The princesses, Yan Qingyi and Yan Zi, complement each other with their way of the sword, and they are versed at sword arts of twin shadows, extremely formidable when they fight alongside each other. There is hardly anyone below the same plane in the county of Yen who is capable of beating the two princesses when they join hands. The only people who could threaten the princesses are Li Hanxing of the Ziwei Sword Clan, and Kai Huang of Juk Sword Clan. The Sword Saint of Fierce Wind added quietly. Other than that, Qi Xia and Qi Yao from the Crimson Phoenix Sword Clan, and Lin Ye from the Sword Clan of the Storm are mighty as well. Despite looking straight ahead, Yi Futian was able to tell that the Sword Saint of Fierce Wind was speaking to him. "What do you mean by telling me all this?" Yi Futian asked. "It is a given that I hope the swordsmen of the county of Yen can become the leading figures of the 9 counties on this trip to Liwang City. But then again, as every cultivator in the county of Yen was a swordsman, it became even easier to compare them with each other. If you wish to find someone more powerful to hone your way of the sword with, then you need to stand out among the most exceptional ones among the swordsmen of Yen. Those people might not be a match to your powers, but there is no doubt that they will be compared to you." The Sword Saint of Fierce Wind answered. "I see," Yi Futian said. "You've got nothing else to say?" The Sword Saint of Fierce Wind turned his eyes to the side to look at Yi Futian. "That's all with that kid?" he thought. I'm looking forward to seeing who will be worth having me draw my sword. If there are any such capable ones around, then I will fight, Futian said. The sword saint of fierce wind was dumbfounded but quickly laughed it off. It seemed that he had gotten used to Futian's insolence. He thought if the kid had been too steeped in his training with the sword for the past decades to know how to deal with people. He was thinking if it was all due to him not knowing where his way of the sword stood at, having little idea of how capable the cultivators of Emperor Li's realm were. So the kid wants to get to know the cultivators of Dali better than, the sword saint of fierce wind thought. He found such possibilities to be very plausible. Huan Xue distanced herself even further from the sword saint of fierce wind's side, finding the conversation intolerable. Nie Yun was speechless as well. This guy, damn. But then he recalled the attack he took and his annoyance dissipated. Liwang City was the capital of the lower worlds of Dali Dynasty, and the number one city in all of Dali Dynasty. It was situated in the central region of Dali Dynasty. Liwang City was so huge that it was comparable to hundreds of cities throughout the 9 counties. The 9 counties of Dali Dynasty were divided with Liwang City serving as a divider at the center after all. One could only imagine how magnificent Liwang City had been. Liwang City was directly connected to the upper worlds, and King Li, the master of the city himself, was a member of the royalty from Dali Dynasty in the upper worlds, being tasked to manage the entire lower worlds. It was rumored that King Li's palace had received orders from the upper worlds at the start of the year, intending to select genius cultivators and have them train in the upper worlds. The selection processes were to be carried out at Sage Plane, and it was not even limited to just pinnacle levels of Sage Plane. King Li's palace began to spread the news to the 9 counties as soon as the news was received. The county kings of the 9 counties proceeded to notify the Holy Lands, and after that, what took place at the county of Yan happened. The county of Yan was not the only county rising to the occasion. Liwang City and all of the other counties of Dali Dynasty were in an uproar. The most capable of cultivators were gathering at that largest imperial city of Dali Dynasty, making the event unbelievably grand. There were many voices heard throughout Liwang City at the moment. It was said that the cultivators of the 9 counties had all arrived before Liwang City. Many people from Liwang City were able to see cultivators from holy lands across the 9 counties walking outside. There was news that there would be cultivators of top-notch forces coming down from the upper worlds of Dali Dynasty. Those people had all arrived at King Li's palace at the lower worlds. Countless people in Liwang City were asking about which top-notch forces had come from the upper worlds. According to rumors, some people came personally from the royal palace of Dali Dynasty. The imperial advisor of Dali Dynasty sent his students personally to the lower worlds to select geniuses. At that moment, a huge banquet was thrown in the grand, magnificent King Li's palace. A regal figure in a golden threaded robe of the snake was seen sitting at the throne atop the jade steps. The middle-aged man exuded an upper-class, supreme bearing. He was none other than King Li, who was in charge of managing the lower worlds of Dali Dynasty. A young man was sitting on the ground quite a distance away below where King Li sat. Despite wearing only a simple robe, the young man's extraordinary bearing was unmistakable, and he looked surreal. King Li even went to toast the young man personally. King Li was important not just because he was in charge of more than just the lower worlds, but he was also of true royal blood of Dali Dynasty. A figure like him toasting to a young man spoke volumes of that young man's prestige. Many ministers and officials from King Li's palace were seen sitting at the seats below. Emperor Li's realm had been the weakest among the 3, Emperor Li's realm, Emperor Xia's realm, and Demon Peacock Emperor's realm, in the Battle of Empty Realm 10 years ago. Yet there was one person who turned the tables for Emperor Li's realm. That man reversed the trend by sacrificing a considerable number of Emperor Li's realm's forces to numb their opponents, bagging the final victory to that Battle of Empty Realm. Mighty ones from Emperor Li's realm slaughtered their way into Emperor Xia's city in that Battle of Empty Realm, killing countless enemies and cutting down the enemy's imperial flag. Any who participated in the Battle of Empty Realm would never be able to forget one name. Lu Chuan, a personal student of the imperial advisor of Dali, and was someone whom the imperial advisor held in very high regard. Lu Chuan's name was known throughout Emperor Li's realm after winning the last battle of Empty Realm. He achieved great fame at the pinnacle of Sage Plain, and was greatly valued by Emperor Li. The young man who was sitting on the floor at the moment was none other than Lu Chuan, a genius who would probably succeed the Imperial Advisor's position in the future. What Lu Chuan did in the Battle of Empty Realm 10 years ago was equivalent to what Yi Futian of Emperor Xiao's realm pulled 10 years later. His story was told everywhere by mighty ones of Emperor Li's realm. In actuality, there were also many mighty ones from top-notch forces of the upper worlds present other than Lu Chuan, student of the Imperial Advisor. All of them responded to the Imperial Advisor's call and went to the lower worlds to select geniuses, seeing if there were any among them who would make decent students, which included sword saints from holy lands like the Sword Mountain. Even so, Lu Chuan was still undoubtedly the main character of the day. His status, talents, and what he did at the Battle of Empty Realm enabled him to enjoy all of those privileges. Nobody objected to his privileged status. Lu Chuan was, at the moment, already a saint. He definitely would be a crucial figure in Emperor Li's realm in the future. Everyone knew and did not doubt that. I have heard from Father about your esteemed bearing, and I have long admired you, sir. Here's a toast to you from me, Li Yu. There was a stunning woman who looked incredibly regal and elegant in her long pretty dress, who was sitting not far away from Lu Chuan. Her voice was gentle, and she had extremely stunning looks. The surname of Li, and where she sat at the moment, spoke volumes of her status. You're too kind, princess. I only perform puny matters that are hardly worth mentioning. I hardly have the esteemed bearing that you speak of. Lu Chuan raised his cup and drank, both hands holding the cup. He then raised his palm and the cup as a gesture of respect before putting it down. Princess Li Yu did the same after him. King Li was in charge of the 9 counties of the lower worlds, and he was the king of the lower worlds. Emperor Li allowed his children to be addressed as princes and princesses. Many looked at the two of them with smiles on their faces. One of them was an extraordinary student of the Imperial Advisor, and the other, daughter of King Li, who had stunning looks. They were both humble and polite and looked quite like a perfect match. You bagged victory for Emperor Li's realm at the Battle of Empty Realm single-handedly, besting the strong as one of the weak, and His Majesty rewarded you for it. You are too humble to deem such impressive feats not worth mentioning. Li Yu smiled and said. She was regal and elegant, yet still had a gentle beauty to her. I did not intend to be humble. That battle happens once in 10 years, and there are incredible people emerging in every single battle. In the Battle of Empty Realm last year, there had been a member of the younger generation of Emperor Xiao's realm appearing out of the blue. What he pulled was far superior to what I did in my time. Other than the Battle of Empty Realm, there are still many other magnificent people. I dare not brag with that many being better than I am. Lu Chuan then said slowly, My teacher has asked me to come to the lower worlds to recruit capable people and strengthen the Dali dynasty. My mission is an important one, indeed. Chapter 1094. Many were impressed, hearing Lu Chuan's words. It was indeed rare for someone with Lu Chuan's status and talents to be so humble. Furthermore, he even claimed to be inferior to that other person who achieved so much fame in last year's Battle of Empty Realm. Many were impressed, hearing Lu Chuan's words. It was indeed rare for someone with Lu Chuan's status and talents to be so humble. Furthermore, he even claimed to be inferior to that other person who achieved so much fame in last year's Battle of Empty Realm. There was a name that spread far and wide after last year's Battle of Empty Realm. It was the name of their opponent, and he was but a sage. It was extremely rare for a foreign name to be so well known in Emperor Xiao's realm. Even Lu Chuan, the personal student of Dali Dynasty's Imperial Advisor, had to acknowledge how extraordinary that other person was, even though a younger brother in training of Lu Chuan had perished in that Battle of Empty Realm. Yuan Jin, yet another student of the Imperial Advisor, died in that Battle of Empty Realm. While that person from Emperor Xiao's realm was a deciding factor of the outcome of the Battle of the Empty Realm, he had only been able to win due to having the element of surprise. No one knew he was able to enthrall the demonic beasts, and that cost Demon Peacock Emperor Realm's place in that battle. Those from Emperor Xia's realm even used them, and it all seemed just too convenient. Another prince of Dali at Liu's side said, "If you, sir, were of the same era as him and had been able to fight him on the same battlefield, you would have won." Everyone naturally knew the one they were talking about was none other than Yi Futian. There had been an extraordinary figure that appeared out of nowhere in the ranks of Emperor Xia's realm. He single-handedly acted as the key to Emperor Xia's realm's victory in emerging victorious in the Battle of Empty Realm. He had also joined hands with Xia Qingyuan and killed Yuan Jin, causing severe casualties to the mighty ones of Emperor Li's realm at the same time. There are no ifs in the world, only results. If he had been able to do that much, then there is no doubt that he performed excellently. Despite being of opposing sides, I acknowledge his prowess. I would only be able to defeat him should we cross paths in future battles. Lu Chuan replied calmly, elaborating on his thoughts instead of riding on that prince's words simply because it was the prince who lauded him. You do have a solid point, sir. That prince nodded with a smile and did not mind at all. King Li, have the cultivators of the 9 counties arrived at Liwang City? Lu Chuan did not dwell on the topic and asked King Li instead. They are all here. King Li nodded. Well then, please see to the arrangements. There are many forces from the upper worlds coming this time, and I hope they all return with something, Lu Chuan said. Yi Futian did not know that he was mentioned by the ones attending the banquet in King Li's palace. He did not know of Lu Chuan, but he heard of some things about the Battle of the Empty Realm from 10 years ago. Yi Futian was in a palace which served as an inn of sorts in Liwang City for the ones from the 9 counties. Dali dynasty was a force that reigned all over Emperor Li's realm. King Li was in charge of the lower worlds, and all of the county kings of the 9 counties were subordinate to him, and they, in turn, ruled over the holy lands in their respective counties. At that moment, the mighty ones from the 9 counties gathered at Liwang City, and they had their palaces to serve as their accommodations. Those palaces were not connected, as they were scattered throughout different corners outside of King Li's palace. At that moment in the county of Yan's palace, Yi Futian was sitting alone in a compound training. Despite being very boisterous with his words outside, he nonetheless knew where his way of the sword stood. All that talk about him having spent decades studying and perfecting his art of the sword was work that he had been doing for several months. But then again, he was confident that due to his extensive training throughout the years, he would nonetheless be able to reign supreme below the Saint Plane in Dali, wielding only the sword, despite having only practicing sword arts for months. Footsteps sounded at that moment. Yi Futian, who was training, dispelled the sword while coursing about him. He opened his eyes and saw a dashing silhouette walking by. It was none other than Huanxue, but she was standing far away outside the compound. She looked at him and said, "The swordsmen from all holy lands were exchanging thoughts and arts at the arena. My father told me to come fetch you." She turned around and left right away after delivering her message, not caring if Yi Futian bothered showing up or not. Exchanging arts of swords, huh? Yi Futian was hardly interested. But since the sword Saint of Fierce Wind was there, he deemed it necessary to have a look. He rose and left. By the time he arrived at the arena, many swordsmen from holy lands were present, but all of them looked nonchalant. Even the sword Saint of Fierce Wind was standing around, looking at what was taking place quietly at the side. Swordsmen from all of the holy lands verified their arts with each other in the vast arena. However, the exchange was hardly an official one, and they sparred for a bit to get a grasp of the level of the other party's training, as well as that of their own. But then again, there were also those who took such sparring and exchanges very seriously. "You have been practicing with your sword?" The sword Saint of Fierce Wind turned around and asked Yi Futian, who came to his side, with a smile. "Yeah." Yi Futian nodded. The sword Saint of Fierce Wind looked somewhat satisfied. Despite being arrogant and unbridled due to his supreme talents, the young man seemed to be very diligent in the study of the sword. His mind of the sword was definitely very pure. The probability of such swordsmen making it to sainthood was very high. "It's a good thing to see how others are doing with their arts of the sword," the sword Saint of Fierce Wind quipped. At that moment, the 2 top-notch figures from the Crimson Phoenix Sword clan, Qi Xiao and Qi Yao, were standing at the arena. They were siblings, an elder brother and a younger sister. They were practicing their arts of the sword with others. Their prowess with the sword was very powerful. Crimson shimmer flashed when their swords were drawn, looking incredibly sharp. They turned to look at the crowd when they stopped fighting. Qi took notice of Yi Futian, who was walking in their direction. Qi of the Crimson Phoenix Sword Clan. Would you mind sparring with me, Seventh Swordsman? Qi asked Yi Futian across the distance. Many looked at Yi Futian. The Sword Saint of Fierce Wind claimed that Yi Futian had beaten Ye Yun with a single sword attack, and she had no idea how much of it was made up. There was at least no doubt that he had beaten Ye Yun, and he was probably far more powerful than Ye Yun was. Furthermore, Yi Futian had been very boisterous with his words, claiming that there was hardly anyone who could beat him at the art of swords. She had already wanted to test that figure out. He claimed to be peerless in his way of the sword at the county of Yen. She wanted to know where she stood. Qi was not the only one. In truth, swordsmen from the holy lands of the county of Yen were also very curious about how capable the seventh swordsman was. My sword isn't used for sparring. Yi Futian looked at Qi and said, Find someone else instead. I have tested my prowess against the swordsmen of holy lands last year. Qi replied. The topmost handful of the swordsmen had fought at an event in the county of Yen in the previous year. Yi Futian would probably be a good opponent, which would have served her well in her training before getting into King Li's palace. In that case, just wait for the mighty ones from the 9 counties to show up then. Yi Futian answered and did not bother to give her any face. What harm would there be just to spar for a bit? Another figure said. It was none other than Linya from the Sword Clan of the Storm. He crossed his arms before him and had been looking at Qi, only turning his eyes to look at Yi Futian when he talked. Yi Futian glanced at Linya and said, If you test your art out against me, I'm afraid you'll all end up returning to the county of Yen and begin to train in isolation instead. All the others looked at Yi Futian with their mouths agape, feeling speechless. It was indeed just like how he behaved at the county of Yen. He cared for nothing. If you do not intend to spar, why are you here? We will fight each other all the same when all cultivators from the 9 counties meet. Qi looked at Yi Futian and said, Since when did I say anything about being a part of the fighting between the cultivators of the 9 states? Yi Futian said as he looked at Qi. He never thought about it before at all. Then why are you here? Qi wore a sarcastic expression as he talked. Dali Dynasty intended to select geniuses to train in the upper worlds, and fighting between cultivators would have been a must. I'm just here to see if there is anyone worthy of having me drawing my sword, Yi Futian said. Qi and Qi both took a good look at Yi Futian and understood that there were people who were beyond reasoning with. Both of them walked out of the arena, and Qi dropped a line. I look forward to seeing your sword leave its scabbard then. Many from the Holy Lands looked at Yi Futian and found him puzzling. Yi Futian naturally did not wish for any of them to see through him. He left the place not long afterward. Mighty ones from King Li's palace sent word at the same time, asking for them to be inside the palace 3 days later. The outside of King Li's palace was flooded by a massive crowd 3 days later. Countless mighty ones gathered about, and it was a scene like no other. The gates of the palace opened that day to the public. All cultivators of Dali were permitted to enter the palace and head to designated areas. At that moment, a group of people arrived by air from outside the palace. The leading figures were all saints and looked extraordinary. They landed outside of King Li's palace, and some people came to receive them. Mighty ones from county of Shichu are here. Many were able to identify where those mighty ones came from, county of Shichu. Mighty ones from county of Changha are here as well. A group of mighty ones appeared in the air, and the entourage looked massive. It looked grand as they entered the palace. The ones from county of Dongyang are here too. Towering sword will was sensed high above. Over 1,000 swordsmen arrived by air, and howling sword will shot through above. The swordsmen of county of Yen are here. Countless eyes turned in that direction. The combined might of the county of Yen enabled them to come to the top 3 among the 9 counties. The swordsmen of county of Yen were also extremely renowned. Over half of Dali's swordsmen emerged from the county of Yen, after all. Things were extraordinarily solemn and regal within the palace. King Li was sitting on his throne atop the eastern steps. There were mighty ones on every single step below. Those from top forces from upper worlds sat at the same corner as he was, casting their gaze at the mighty ones that kept showing up. Such grandeur is not something one would often see even King Li's palace, King Li said with a smile. All holy lands from the 9 counties responded to the call of gathering capable people from King Li's palace. My lord, we are from county of Shichu. The county king of Shichu led his mighty ones to pay respects to the throne. There was only one emperor in Dali dynasty. King Li was only a king. Take your seats, King Li said with a brimming voice. Mighty ones from the 9 counties all took their seats later. The grandstands were quickly filled by mighty ones from the 9 counties, surrounding a vast patch of empty ground in the middle. Futian sat among those from the county of Yen. He was hardly noticeable due to being surrounded by a massive crowd. He turned his eyes to where King Li was at the moment. It was said that the event on that day was an order by the imperial advisor of Dali, to gather geniuses of lower worlds and send them to upper worlds for training. It was unknown which of the upper world's top forces had shown up, and Yi Futian naturally hoped that they would have been a lot of them. He saw Lu Chuan right away. Lu Chuan, who was sitting right below King Li, looked extremely dazzling. It was as if one would notice his presence right away, whether one liked it or not. Is this guy a prince? Yi Futian asked himself in secret, but he quickly saw Li Yu, who had stunning beauty. She was sitting not far away from Lu Chuan, and there were several other Yus at her side. Those people even bore some resemblance to King Li, and Yi Futian only understood right there and then that they were the princes and princesses of the king. If Lu Chuan were to be able to sit at their side, then there was only one possibility. He was from the royal palace of Dali dynasty from the upper worlds. Chapter 1095. Despite not having been at Dali for long, he had still developed some thoughts about the place. Dali was not like what he had imagined it to be. Under the dynasty's rule, everything was orderly and had a neat hierarchy. Furthermore, it had a higher inclination towards martial arts than the 9 states. Despite not having been at Dali for long, he had still developed some thoughts about the place. Dali was not like what he had imagined it to be. Under the dynasty's rule, everything was orderly and had a neat hierarchy. Furthermore, it had a higher inclination towards martial arts than the 9 states. Currently, people from the upper worlds of Dali dynasty came to the lower worlds to select worthy candidates, and the event was supervised personally by King Li, gathering mighty ones from all over the lower worlds. All of that spoke volumes about how much importance Dali dynasty placed in honoring martial culture. At that moment, the crowd outside King Li's palace was massive, and mighty ones were found everywhere. King Li turned his eyes to the enormous crowd from his throne and said, "Today, people have gathered at King Li's palace from all over the 9 counties to witness what the cultivators from all 9 counties are capable of. The imperial advisor from the upper worlds ordered many top forces to come down here and select worthy geniuses to further their training in the upper worlds. It is a rare opportunity for the 9 counties of Dali, and I hope that there will be more extraordinary people emerging within the lower worlds of Dali, who will become pillars of Dali dynasty in the upper worlds." His booming voice was heard all over in and out of the palace. The messy chatter was quickly suppressed, and everyone quieted down soon enough. Countless looked up at the steps at King Li, who was sitting at his throne. It was said that King Li was already at the 3rd step of sainthood, and he was the most powerful man in all of lower worlds of Dali dynasty. His powers were unfathomable, and he was a flawless saint. The people of the 9 counties of Dali were filled with reverence for King Li. "I shall introduce you all to one person," King Li continued. He extended his right hand and pointed to where Lu Chuan was. Lu Chuan, student of the imperial advisor. 10 years ago, Lu Chuan led the cultivators of Dali in the Battle of Empty Realm. He fought between 3 imperial realms of the upper worlds, besting foes that had been superior to ours and cut down over half of the mighty ones from Emperor Xia's realm, thereby attaining a glorious victory in the Battle of Empty Realm. Lu Chuan quickly rose to Saint Plain after the Battle of Empty Realm. He is now at the pinnacle of the first level of Saint Plane. He is here today being sent to the lower worlds by the Imperial Advisor personally, to witness this grand event of Dali. Many turned their eyes towards Lu Chuan. A student of the Imperial student, and one who was introduced personally by King Li, was someone extraordinary. Futian only came to learn who he was by then. Being a student of the Imperial Advisor of Dali meant that he was Yuan Jin's elder brother in training, which in turn made him the extraordinary figure who brought about the glorious victory to Dali in the Battle of the Empty Realm 10 years ago. Lu Chuan stood after hearing King Li's introduction of him. He cupped his hands at the crowd, looking polite and well-mannered as he said, "You're too kind, King Li. I, Lu Chuan, am but only a witness to the grand event sent here on my teacher's orders. The geniuses of Dali are the true main characters of the event, which both I and my teacher look forward to very much." He cupped his hands again after he was done and returned to his seat. Many gasped and were impressed by his bearing. That is the student nurtured by the Imperial Advisor of Dali for you. It is indeed rare to find someone of such status to possess such bearing, many thought. As someone of such status and introduced personally by King Li, it sufficed for him to nod to the crowd, enjoying the prestige afforded to him. The County King of Yen, at the County of Yan's corner, rose and spoke. "The Imperial Advisor is indeed the pillar of Dali dynasty. All students that he nurtures are exceptional people without doubt. You all should learn from him." The people from the holy lands of the County of Yen all nodded in agreement. Huan Shui cast a glance at Futian, who was beside the sword Saint of Fierce Wind, but she said nothing. Despite both the Seven Swordsmen and Lu Chuan were geniuses, that bearing alone said that Lu Chuan was far more superior than the Seven Swordsmen. The difference was glaringly obvious, and Lu Chuan was indeed the dragon among people. Futian was somewhat surprised himself as well. He initially thought that someone who had gone about killing over half of participating mighty ones from Emperor Xiao's realm would have been someone who reeked of killing intent. However, Lu Chuan looked and felt well-mannered and humble to him instead. Despite being an enemy, Futian had to admit that cultivators of Dali were more exceptional than he had imagined them to be. Not only Lu Chuan, but the student of the Imperial Advisor is also here at this time. Even top forces like the Sword Mountain of the Upper Worlds are here en masse as well. Any who can perform with flying colors here will get the chance to train in the Upper Worlds. It is very rare for Dali to see such opportunities in years past. Please seize the moment as best as you can." King Li smiled and added, "The event is open to cultivators at Sage Plain, and holy lands are gathering places for these people. All sages of the holy lands of the 9 counties, from lower to higher planes, are free to fight at the platform before you to showcase your talents. Please give it your all and wait until the people of holy lands finish showcasing their prowess. Any selected may be challenged by any who think themselves to be at the top of their training. You are free to challenge any selected geniuses of holy lands and show everyone present what you've got." There were countless cultivators all over the 9 counties of Dali, even though the event was restricted to sages. Dali Dynasty did not ask for cultivators to get things done quickly. Such showcases would be done in one-on-one duels, just for the holy lands to assess how capable every single contender was. As such, it was naturally impossible for everyone to get a turn on the platform, as there was still the matter of time to consider. Cultivators from holy lands were made a priority instead. This would be carried out until someone from the holy lands got selected by the top forces from the upper worlds before being challenged by others in Dali. By doing so, no one who was not of the very top would dare to step onto the platform. Such rules enabled all to see clearly what the top sages of all over Dali were actually like. "Let's begin," King Li said. A mighty one said with a brimming voice below the steps. "Get the wine ready and open up the platform." The voice was heard throughout the place, and servant girls from the royal palace went on to zip about where the audience was, serving wine. But then again, all who earned the right to sit were cultivators from holy lands all over the 9 counties. The cultivators who only came to witness the event were only able to watch everything going on from below. The grand event was to be held over many days. There were people from the holy lands of the 9 counties getting up one after another, walking up to the platform. There were also several from the county of Yen making a move, with their swords strapped to their backs. When two people stepped onto the middle of the platform, that was when the event truly began. However, those two were sages of the first plane. Futian turned his eyes at the platform. He had never expected to be able to one day see the cultivators of Dali fight each other while he sat somewhere in King Li's palace. There had been a 9-state forum back in the 9 states all those years ago, and that was already considered the grandest of events to be had. However, with the imperial advisor of Dali giving the order and King Li hosting the battle between the 9 counties, the scale of the event was evidently far more extensive than the 9-state forum back then. One could have even said that they were of different orders of magnitude altogether. All top-notch figures from Dali participated in the event. Better still, there were also people coming down from the upper worlds to attend the event. It could be said to be the largest sparring event to be had below St. Plain. The battles went on and on with the county of Qin, Dongyang, and Yen having the highest level of cultivators on average. Those 3 counties were the top 3 strongest counties in Dali, to begin with, and their holy lands were also superior to others. "What do you think?" the sword saint of fierce wind asked Futian, while they were watching at the corner of the county of Yen. He had bought the idea of Futian training his way of the sword hard at Mountain of Hidden Swords all those years, never having ventured into the world to train. As such, he took to asking Futian what the young man thought about the cultivators of Dali. "Weaker than I expected them to be. When I was at that plane all those years ago, I wouldn't even need to draw my sword to fight those on the platform," Futian said. "You are something." The sword saint of fierce wind shook his head with a smile. He had already gotten used to how Futian talked and continued to ask. "The battle between sages at the pinnacle of their training will probably be at the very end. You can join the fight as a student of the Sword Clan of the Gale." "Thank you, Senior." Futian nodded and said. "But I'll need to see if any in the 9 counties are worthy of having me draw my sword. What happens if there aren't any?" The sword saint's face looked peculiar as he asked. "Then I shall keep my sword sheathed," Futian said. The sword saint of fierce wind was slightly exasperated, but he then said, "In the 9 counties of Dali, there are also holy lands from the imperial city itself as well. I'm sure you'd find someone worthy of having you draw your sword." "That would be best." Futian nodded. The two of them did not go out of their way to conceal their voices. Cultivators had very good ears, so many cultivators from holy lands across the county of Yen heard the conversation between both of them. Many even looked in Futian's direction deliberately, finding his antics baffling. Does he want to see if anyone throughout the 9 counties of Dali is worthy of having him draw his sword? They wondered. It seems like his insolence isn't restricted only to the county of Yen then. "If you're able to make it to the upper worlds, then, by all means, get up there to train," the sword saint of fierce wind said all of a sudden. "Look at the cultivators from Sword Mountain. That is the most powerful holy land of the sword in both the upper and lower worlds. You may be able to find a lot of opponents there. Look at Lu Chuan, the imperial advisor's student. That is some bearing you'd hardly find in the lower worlds." Futian took a look at the sword saint of fierce wind. Regardless of standpoint, he found such bearing truly impressive indeed. Futian came to deem it best to keep a certain distance from him, however. The fighting on the platform continued. Futian drank and enjoyed himself as he watched the fights going on, amusing himself as time passed. At the princess residence of Emperor Xia's palace of the upper worlds of Emperor Xia's realm, Xia Qingyuan stood quietly, and there was a black wind condor before her. "Where is he?" Xia Qingyuan asked the black wind condor. She already knew about Futian's ability to control demonic beasts. The beast before her was Futian's steed, and they shared a telepathic link. "King Li's palace." The black wind condor looked at Xia Qingyuan and said. Xia Qingyuan's expression changed a bit, and she said coldly, "What is he doing at King Li's palace?" "The imperial advisor of Dali gave the order to select geniuses from the lower worlds to train in the upper worlds, and they gathered people from all holy lands of the lower worlds for sparring. The imperial advisor even sent his student down to the lower worlds." "Guess what that would be, princess?" the black-winged condor said. However, Xia Qingyuan felt as if she was hearing Yi Futian talking instead. She knew right away that it was a result of Yi Futian and the black-winged condor sharing wills, and the bird was speaking with his tone. What would that be? Xia Qingyuan asked. Lu Chuan, the bird answered. Xia Qingyuan's eyes sparkled. She naturally knew who Lu Chuan was. What are you going to do? Xia Qingyuan's expression changed again as she stared at the black-winged condor and asked. Training while I'm on pilgrimage, of course, the black-winged condor answered. Xia Qingyuan glared at the bird's eyes and said, Are you trying to get into the top forces of Dali to train, or are you trying to get near Li Yao? Please excuse me, the black-winged condor said. Yi Futian withdrew his will, and the black-winged condor was seen flapping its wings. It said, Master is gone. Can I go home now, princess? Xia Qingyuan's expression was a cold one. That bastard sure is having a good time. He went to the royal palace of the lower worlds of Dali dynasty, she thought. No. You are not to step outside the residence for even a single step. Xia Qingyuan glanced at the bird and said. The black-winged condor blinked his eyes. You are not happy with master, and you're taking it out on me then? It thought. Princess, I still have matters to attend to. The black-winged condor wanted to bail. The palace was too strict and no fun. Guards, Xia Qingyuan said. Someone responded and came. If the bird dares to step outside for even a single step, roast it, Xia Qingyuan said. Pff. The bird's legs gave, and it slumped to the floor. Just what did I do wrong here? It thought. Chapter 1096. The battles going on in King Li's palace had been going on for days. The spectacular fights taking place opened their eyes of many cultivators of Dali who came to watch the event. The battles going on in King Li's palace had been going on for days. The spectacular fights taking place opened their eyes of many cultivators of Dali who came to watch the event. All of the topmost geniuses from Liwang's city and the holy lands of the 9 counties all gathered around the platform, showcasing their astonishing talents. However, despite the impressive showcase, students that actually caught the attention of upper world's forces were but a handful, numbering in tens. It was a testament of the high requirements they had for the ones they were about to pick. As the planes of the fighters grew, battles fought on the platform got increasingly spectacular. There were already saints from King Li's palace laying down barriers to prevent the battles from affecting the grandstands and the audiences. The battles between sages at the 8th plane finally ended. Battles between upper-level archmages were about to begin in King Li's palace, which also happened to be the highest level at Sage Plane. Everyone wore solemn expressions, as all of them knew that the upcoming battles would have been that between those at the very top below the saints. The top-notch figures from the various holy lands in the county of Yan were eager to get to the stage. That was the battlefield where they were about to shine. Someone already stepped onto the platform at that moment, bursting with frightening combat capacity with moments. The spectators were all in awe. Even the cultivators and even King Li himself took a more serious attitude towards those battles than before. That plane was the nearest to Saint Plane. If there were those who were of exceptional talents right there, they would have been picked to be nurtured until they became saints. Battles continued to take place between cultivators of the 9 counties, with many very formidable figures being known. Who from the county of Yan would go on to fight the first battle? The county king of Yan said to those from holy lands at the county of Yan's direction. All of the 9 counties fielded very powerful figures to fight the first battles. As such, it was unacceptable for the county king of Yan to lose out in terms of putting up airs. That was why the county king of Yan asked personally, "I'll go." A voice was heard and the first student from the Juk Sword clan walked out and stepped onto the battlefield. His opponent was someone from the county of Baimo, who had bested their opponent and yet chose to continue doing battle instead of walking out to take a break. That person was very powerful. Kai Huang of Juk Sword clan was very formidable and was trained in the Sword of 8 Corners of the Juk Sword clan, possessing extremely formidable offensive powers. You could pay close attention to it, the sword saint of fierce wind said to Yi Futian. The Sword Saint noticed that Yi Futian was somewhat slacking off before and very few battles interested him, so much so that he actually shut his eyes for a bit occasionally, as if none of the battles going on concerned him. But at the moment those were battles that were fought at Yi Futian's current plane, so the Sword Saint deemed that they would have made him sit upright. Serene lifted his head somewhat and looked at the platform, seeing Kai Huang, the #1 student of Juk Sword Clan, summoning his life spirit. His body burst with towering sword will and a heavy sword appeared before him. The sides of that heavy sword was different from conventional swords. The edges were serrated, making it not only heavy, but sharp as well. He was seen dragging his sword with both hands as his sword will built up. Dazzling shadow of the sword appeared around the blade, pulsing with frightening sword will as he thrust at the enemy. His surroundings resonated and the heavy sword burst with sharpness, as if it was an extremely ferocious beast charging at its opponent. Power of rules coursed about his opponent, who then summoned a golden stone wall in front of them. The huge sword was pierced into the wall with a boom, bursting through it. The sword will on the blade, however, dissipated altogether. Kai Huang, who had been holding the sword with both hands, pulled his left arm back and lifted the sword up with his right. He then took one step forward and brought the sword down from above, as if he was to split the ground open. Terrifying, overbearing power was sensed from above. Multiple shadows of the huge sword flashed as they came down alongside Kai Huang's body. The blade burst with terrifying aura as it cut through space. Some overwhelming swordplay indeed. The minds of many mighty ones from the 9 counties trembled for quite a bit, as if that sword was being brought down onto they themselves. The trailblazing sword seemed to be about to split their surroundings apart when it was brought out. Its aura swept through all directions. Even if one were to watch the swordplay from afar, one would have still been able to feel the overbearing might of the sword. The defensive powers of that mighty one from the county of Beima shattered in an instant with a boom. While his opponent had burst with the most formidable of powers to block his sword, but when Kai Huang brought the huge blade down with his entire being, everything before him shattered. His opponent was hit squarely by the sword and was thrown to the edge of the barrier of the platform. They were bloodied and no one knew how many bones had been broken. Boom! Kai Huang landed with a rumble, and the huge sword in his hand disappeared. He then walked off the platform. He had intended to fight to the very end, so it would have been impossible for him to keep staying behind on the platform. That victory belonged to the swordsman of the county of Yen. What do you think? The Sword Saint of Fierce Wind asked Yi Futian after seeing Kai Huang walked off. However, he found Yi Futian's eyes to be extremely calm and unfettered. Yi Futian nonchalantly picked up a cup and drank from it, looking poised and carefree. He then asked, "You like an honest opinion, senior?" The Sword Saint of Fierce Wind looked rather puzzled and answered, "Of course. Too weak." He took 3 strokes to deal with his opponent. "If it were to be me, 1 attack was all it would have taken," Yi Futian said. The Sword Saint of Fierce Wind's eyes froze. If Yi Futian were to point out Kai Huang's other weaknesses, he probably would not have felt surprised. However, Kai Huang's sword was extremely heavy. The way of the Sword of 8 Corners was one that raised everything in all directions. Its sheer force was overbearing and unforgiving. Yet Yi Futian said that it was too weak. Many from the county of Yen looked at Yi Futian and looked just as puzzled. Did this guy really just take down Ye Yun with 1 attack? No matter how they saw it, they found Yi Futian to be one who brags a lot but has little to show. Kai Huang being weak? Many around him snorted. "I'll look forward to seeing you in action then," someone from the Juk Sword Clan said to Yi Futian coldly. Yi Futian smiled and said nothing as he continued to watch the battles. Many others stepped onto the platform later. There were also 1 swordsman from the county of Yen after another walking up to the battlefield. Linya of the Sword Clan of the Storm caught a lot of attention when he stepped onto the battlefield. His Sword of Storms was not only fast, but also overwhelming. His thundering sword was so unbridled and ferocious that he took only 2 attacks to overwhelm his opponent. "What do you think?" Linya actually went up to ask Yi Futian after he returned to the Sword Clan of the Storm's corner. It was apparent that he was doing so due to what Yi Futian said about Kai Huang before. He wanted to see how Yi Futian would have assessed his abilities. Lacking in explosiveness, Yi Futian answered calmly. Linya smiled and said, I look forward to seeing your sword at work. Those from the county of Yan were speechless yet again. Linya's swordplay was known for its explosive power, and Yi Futian should have been able to see that much, yet he claimed that Linya's swordplay was lacking in explosiveness. Everyone was beyond baffled by then. A lot of swordsmen from the county of Yan that stepped onto the platform afterwards would have asked for Yi Futian's opinion regarding their swordplay. However, Yi Futian simply shook his head and did not even bother saying anything to most of them. As such, Yi Futian became the one that all swordsmen from the county of Yan wished to see in action without exceptions. They looked forward to see him at work more so than Li Hanqing from the Ziwei sword clan and the two princesses. However, Yi Futian remained unfettered and showed no signs of wanting to do battle. He continued to eat and drink, enjoying himself very much. After a while, the county king of Yan turned to look at where the ones from the sword clan of the Gale were at, when the two princesses of the county of Yan walked onto the platform, and said to Yi Futian, 7 swordsmen, I'd like you to assess how both of them are doing. Many looked rather baffled at how even their county king wanted to hear Yi Futian's thoughts. It seemed to have become something seen only among those in the county of Yan. The 7 swordsman was indeed like no other. He reached new heights with being pompous. The county king of Yan smiled and added when he saw Yi Futian was about to speak, I want honest opinions. All right. Yi Futian nodded unapologetically. Yan Qingyi and Yan Zi both fought like a single entity, and as such, they were fighting against 2 opponents as well, and those 2 were also very powerful cultivators. However, both Yan Qingyi and Yan Zi seemed to have turned into mirages. They seemed to be seen everywhere on the battlefield within a heartbeat. Sword aura whooshed, but it seemed as if no one was able to actually locate them, only criss-crossing blades flying about. When they both finally stopped, they returned to where they first stood, while their opponents were all bloodied but sustained no serious injuries. It was apparent that the princesses went easy on their opponents. At that moment, many at the corner of the county of Yan turned their eyes at Yi Futian. The county king of Yan then asked, Well? They are doing all right, Yi Futian said. The eyes of many sparkled. So the guy stops bragging in front of the county king of Yan then? Finally some decent opinion. But they were still too slow and they were too fancy. All fluff and no punch. What Yi Futian said next made the eyes of many froze, before silently turning around. No one else looked at him anymore, as if none of them know him. The girls might not be top-notch with their art, but they are doing quite alright, I'd say, especially how their way of the sword synchronize with their movements. While it is not to say that they're unbeatable when they join hands, but they do fine for their planes. Why would you have such opinions, 7th swordsman? The county king of Yan asked curiously. Even he became curious as to how capable Yi Futian would have been. If the princesses were to take on conventional cultivators on the platform, their powers would have naturally sufficed, making it easy for them to take down their opponents. But if they were to take on truly supreme swordsmen, they probably wouldn't have been able to stand around for long. Yi Futian answered. Supreme how? Someone like you then? The 2 princesses walked by and heard what Yi Futian said, and one of them asked. Yi Futian turned his eyes at both of them and said with a smile, It is totally fine for you to think that way. Sword will emanated from Yan Qingyi after she heard his reply, wanting to test Yi Futian out right there and then. However, the county king of Yan interjected. Qingyi, I was the one who asked for honest opinions from him. Just sit back and watch the fights. The sisters glared at Yi Futian coldly before returning to their seats. Yi Futian saw how similar their movements were with each other, so much so that they even had to fight together, and felt it to be peculiar. However, he did not dwell on the thoughts for long. He deemed it to have something to do with them being twins, and they have trained together since a very young age. He then continued to watch the fights on the battlefield. No other swordsman from the county of Yan that fought the subsequent battles asked for Yi Futian's opinions anymore. They have had enough of him. That guy really has skin as thick as a wall. Better not ask to be insulted instead. Even those from the sword clan of the Gale felt rather embarrassed, and wondered what was their lord thinking. Futian did not care for any of that. He had an easy time with none of them asking him anything, and he simply continued to watch the battles in silence. As the battles raged on, many suffered defeats. The ones who stepped onto the platform had gotten increasingly powerful, as it was the clash of the titans between winners of previous battles. Chapter 1097. Countless looked at the battlefield in King Li's palace, watching two people fighting on stage while the spectators were unusually silent. Countless looked at the battlefield in King Li's palace, watching two people fighting on stage while the spectators were unusually silent. Everyone was drawn to what was happening in the battlefield. Some power indeed, many gasped. With battles getting that far, it was almost exclusively clashes between titans at the pinnacle of their training. All remaining mighty ones were frighteningly powerful. There was only one person who took to the air in the battlefield, whose palm was infused with the might of the great path, booming in the air and down on his opponent. The one at the receiving end was unable to hold out for long and was quickly thrown off. 18 consecutive victories! Many were astonished at the scene happening before them. A lithe figure clad in golden, elegant robe was seen on the platform. His eyes were condescending as he stood tall in the air. 18 consecutive victories. That young man had fought round after round without breaks, regardless who he would have been fighting. It was confidence like no other indeed. Furthermore, there was already top-notch forces of the upper worlds extending their invitation to him. That man was from the county of Shangqin, named Qin Sung. Qin Sung finally turned around and flashed, returning to the county of Shangqin's corner. Many sighed a breath of relief. There were many who found themselves utterly incapable of showing their prowess with him around, as they would have probably just ended up being overwhelmed. Unsurprisingly, Qin Sung might have actually been the one of the strongest persons below St. Plain in Dali. Spectacular! Even King Li came to praise him by then. Many nodded in agreement. Qin Sung was indeed very powerful and had already touched the great path. His void walk and Mudra of the void techniques were also extremely formidable, and there were hardly anyone capable of fighting him. His 18 consecutive victories made the massive number of spectators around the platform in King Li's palace silent. What do you think? By then, the sword Saint of Fierce Wind, who had not been speaking for quite some time, asked Futian. He knew that Futian had already been able to touch the great path. Finally someone who you'd find worthy of fighting, no? He's okay, Futian said plainly. He watched Qin Sung fight as well. Qin Sung was the first among the fighters who fought, to have touched the great path. Cultivators like that were but a handful even if one were to look throughout the entire lower worlds of Dali. That was prowess at the pinnacle right below St. Plain after all. Being able to touch the great path unaided meant that they were having half of their being breaking into St. Plain. The sword Saint of Fierce Wind smiled, finding it amusing that even someone as powerful as Qin Sung was only able to make the young swordsman say he's okay. Just how powerful the mighty ones needed to be in his eyes? Yet another person emerged on the platform at that moment. Many gasped in shock, as it was apparent that many recognized the one who walked out. Zhu Jingdao of Dongyang, many said. He was indeed Zhu Jingdao of the county of Dongyang, and he was very renowned in his home county indeed. Is he really that famous? Some asked curiously. It was only natural that not all from the 9 counties of Dali knew of Zhu Jingdao. He was known to be the number 1 figure below St. Plain in Dongyang. Some sported solemn looks. Zhu Jingdao walked onto the platform after Qin Sung walked out. It was apparent that he intended to fight Qin Sung some time later. Those two mighty ones would have probably fought at least once later. Many mighty ones hesitated somewhat seeing Zhu Jingdao being of such renown. However, a mighty one from the county of Nanyu emerged on the platform. His eyes were brimming with vigor as he gazed his opponent. It was precisely because his opponent was so powerful and renowned that he deemed that he would have earned greater prestige when he defeated said opponent. Doom! That mighty one from the county of Nanyu stepped out and the air shook. Boundless heavy pressure emanated from him, shrouding Zhu Jingdao's surroundings. However, Zhu Jingdao simply stood calmly where he was, with his eyes fixed on his opponent. The mighty one from the county of Nanyu continued to walk. Every step seemed to be stepping onto the minds of the spectators, imbued with extremely overbearing pressure of the rules. This guy really is formidable. Many whispered deep down to themselves. That man who emerged from the county of Nanyu was definitely no weakling. The people from the county of Nanyu all knew who he was, a very renowned figure. That mighty one from the county of Nanyu walked step by step diagonally above Zhu Jingdao, like some kind of celestial god and looking extremely overbearing. He lifted his hand and threw a palm attack below, with power capable of pulverizing mountains and rivers. At that moment, Zhu Jingdao burst with extremely dazzling glimmer all of a sudden. Golden divine fires burst from his body and he was bathed in it like some god of war. He simply lifted his hand after seeing his opponent making a move on him. He pointed a finger in the air and tore through his opponent's attack. The palm attack crumbled within mere moments, and the underlying rules were nowhere to be found. The power of that one finger burst with dazzling light and continued shooting upwards at his opponent's body. The one on the upside threw palm attacks in a frenzy, but quickly found Zhu Jingdao flashed at the very next moment. His finger was pointed forward yet again. Their surroundings became bathed in his power. His opponent was quickly shrouded in divine light and looked terrified. "I yield," he shouted, feeling as if he was going to be destroyed at the very next moment. Zhu Jingdao's opponent's body was thrown off with a boom. His clothes were torn apart, and blood was seen at the corner of his mouth, while his hands were still twitching. The power of the Great Path. Many saints looked at the scene and thought Zhu Jingdao's power to truly be adequate to fight Qin Sang toe-to-toe. The mighty ones of the 9 counties felt pressure on their shoulders. Zhu Jingdao continued to score consecutive victories in the following battles. No one was able to fight him. He ended up bagging 18 consecutive victories, just like Qin Sang, before walking off. Who in the county of Yan would be able to fight them? The county king of Yan asked. Both Qin Sang and Zhu Jingdao were very formidable, and as the county king of Yan, he naturally hoped that there would have been one such formidable figure emerging from the county of Yan. A figure rose and walked up to the platform. He was none other than Li Hanxing of the Ziwei Sword clan. Many mighty ones from the holy lands of the county of Yan looked startled. The county king of Yan then asked, "So Li Hanxing has been able to touch the Great Path then?" "You'd know soon enough, my lord," the Sword Saint of Ziwei replied. The faces of the other Sword Saints froze. If the Sword Saint of Ziwei was putting it that way, then it was extremely possible that Li Hanxing had indeed been able to touch the Great Path. The following battle was as they had speculated. Li Hanxing burst with frightening sword will and none who emerged were able to withstand his sword attacks. 3 extremely formidable fighters emerged one after another in the battles, and their emergence had brought the event to its climax. "What do you think now?" Huan Xue asked for Yi Futian's opinion, something she would not have done otherwise. Yi Futian never thought much about the swordsmen of the county of Yan prior after all. However, it became evident at that moment that Li Hanxing had indeed been able to touch the Great Path, but he had been keeping a low profile all the while. Yi Futian was the complete opposite, so much so that he was considered a freak. I wonder if he is feeling ashamed of himself now. "No comment," Yi Futian replied. Huan Xue glanced at him. It seemed hopeless to have him admit to anything. She wanted to see how he would have joined the fight instead. Li Hanxing returned to the corner belonged to the Ziwei Sword clan and the county king of Yan said with a smile. "Seems like Li Hanxing is truly the number 1 below Saint Plain among the swordsmen of the county of Yan." Many nodded in agreement. Li Hanxing had been able to touch the Great Path and possessed formidable sword techniques to boot, so much so that he had earned the approval of the county king of Yan. That meant that he deemed both princesses beneath Li Hanxing in terms of combat prowess. Every single battle that was fought after that was extremely spectacular ones. While there was not another top-notch figures who had touched the Great Path emerging, but every single combatant had been a formidable combat prowess. Every single battle had been a clash between titans. As the battles raged on, many came to realize where they stood. Those of insufficient strength dared not even step foot onto the platform. The same could have been said for even those from Holy Lands. Nye Yun of the Sword Clan of the Gale stepped onto the battlefield as well, but he lost to a top-notch figure from the county of Shichu in a battle. There were no other new challengers from all Holy Lands going up onto the platform after that. Those who had never lost in their prior battles began to fight other powerful combatants. Other than to fight for the chance to train in the upper worlds, they were also doing so to hone their own martial will. Qi Xiao and Qi Yao from the Crimson Phoenix Sword Clan lost one after another. Kai Huang of the Juk Sword Clan lost afterwards as well. As the battles continued, Li Hanxing became the only one among the swordsmen of the county of Yan who had yet to lose a battle. Even the two princesses had lost to the most powerful figures from the county of Changhe. However, Li Hanxing quickly stepped into the battlefield to avenge the princesses and defeated the ones who won over the princesses. That act earned him some points with the swordsmen of the county of Yan. Li Hanxing became the only hope for the swordsmen of the county of Yan by then. Splendid! King Li praised. There were hardly anyone who stepped onto the platform by then. Zhuo Jingdao was standing tall on the platform, and it seemed as if no one dared to challenge him. Li Hanxing eventually rose from the corner of the county of Yan. He moved alongside his sword and stepped onto the platform, standing opposite Zhuo Jingdao. Loud cheers and roars were heard in the King Li's palace. Is the battle between fighters at the pinnacle about to begin? Even Lu Chuan and the other top-notch figures from the upper worlds came to pay close attention to the battlefield, looking forward to the upcoming battle. Who do you think would win this battle, sir? Princess Liu asked Lu Chuan, who was at his side, with a smile. Zhuo Jingdao seems to have better chances. But then again, Li Hanxing has a fair chance as well, Lu Chuan replied. Li Hanxing has exceptional talents, and if he were to train in the Sword Mountain of the upper worlds, his way of the sword would definitely be able to reach higher heights. Li Yu's smile looked gentle and pretty. The battle on the platform began. Zhuo Jingdao was bathed in divine light like a golden divine furnace, looking indestructible and invincible, and his fingers seemed to be swords themselves. Li Hanxing's sword will of Ziwei seemed like the stars, and every sword will was imbued with supreme offensive powers. Both figures fought on the platform. Violent auras swept through the place, and the King Li's palace was surprisingly quiet. Everyone was paying close attention to the clash of the titans on up there. Both men traded blows using pure offensive skills and clashed untold amount of times. Li Hanxing's sword finally broke with a boom. His body was thrown behind and blood spilled from his mouth. Zhuo Jingdao's shirt was torn at the same time as well. However, it was clear that Li Hanxing lost the fight. The people of the county of Yan had their eyes fixed on the battle and were all gasping. Li Hanxing's swordplay was superb, yet he still proved inadequate to beat Zhuo Jingdao. Li Hanxing then walked off the stage dejectedly. Qin Tseng then emerged and asked Zhuo Jingdao if he needed rest. Zhuo Jingdao replied that he would like to continue. The vast royal palace was completely silent when the battle raged on. Everyone kept their eyes at the two violent figures, as if the spectators have all stopped breathing altogether. The battle between supreme ones below St. Plain indeed, the county king of Yan praised. Mighty ones from all over the 9 counties were gathered at King Li's palace by King Li, with the mighty ones from the upper worlds coming down to witness the battles. That very battle before them were indeed one fought between titans. Qin Tseng eventually won against Zhuo Jingdao. It was a fight that seemed to prove that he was indeed the peerless one below St. Plain. Countless eyes gazed at the two combatants with reverence. Despite having lost the fight, Zhuo Jingdao remained standing proud. Qin Tseng remained standing where he was after Zhuo Jingdao walked off the platform. No one else went up the platform after that. King Li then asked personally, "Is there any from the 9 counties of Dali who would like to fight?" No one else answered. There was simply no one who dared to fight him, after seeing what he was capable of. "Are you still going to keep your sword sheathed?" The sword saint of fierce wind asked Yi Futian in a low voice. Many from the county of Yan turned to look at Yi Futian without caring much. That guy had been extremely boisterous, but after seeing that battle between titans, they deemed him too cowardly to emerge and fight. Yi Futian took one look at Qin Tseng. He smiled and shook his head lightly, before drinking from his cup. No one else would challenge Qin Sang after this battle. You wouldn't have another chance if you were still going to keep your sword sheathed. Regardless if you win or lose, it's best to have those from the upper world see what you are capable of. The sword saint of fierce wind added. Even the people from the holy lands of the county of Yen turned to look at the sword saint with startled looks. It seemed that he placed a lot of trust in the 7 swordsmen. Futian put his cup down and looked at the platform nonchalantly, saying, "No one from the 9 counties of Dali is worthy of having me draw my sword. I shall leave it at that." He had deliberately emanated some vague will of the great path to resist the pressure emanating from the sword saint of fierce wind, but he was not doing that then. "Not bad. A student that you had just taken in?" The county king of Yen turned his eyes away and asked the sword saint of fierce wind. "No." The sword saint of fierce wind shook his head and elaborated. "The kid spent over 30 years training in the mountain of hidden swords, polishing his art at the sword throughout the decades. His way of the sword was only accomplished as of late, and he chose to travel the world. He caused quite a ruckus at my place not long after he came, even killing a city lord, who had been a student of mine. I ordered Nie Yun to arrest him, but Nie Yun was unable to withstand a single attack from him." "That's so?" The king's eyes sparkled. While he knew well that Yi Futian would have been someone exceptional, he never expected that Nie Yun, the #1 student of the Sword Clan of the Gale, had not been able to take even a single attack. Among the 5 holy lands of the sword in the county of Yen, the Sword Saint of the Gale was ranked last. Nie Yun was probably somewhat inferior when compared to the other top-notch figures from the holy lands of the sword. However, there were actually only about 1 or 2 among them who were able to completely overpower him, which was why he was able to make it to the top 10. The mention of only 1 attack surprised many. The county king of Yen was not only the other one who was gauging Yi Futian, as every sword saints present were doing the same. Needless to say, the top-notch geniuses were doing the same as well. All of them naturally knew each other, and there were many who have fought each other before. But this 7th swordsman guy, did he really just appear out of nowhere and brought down Nie Yun with a single attack? "You spent decades polishing your art of the sword, you said? That will of yours was indeed commendable. So tell me, 7 swordsman, what kind of art of the sword have you been studying all these years?" The county king of Yen asked. "The sword of blazing sun, the sword of freezing ice, the sword of raging storm, the sword of blitzing thunder. Throughout my 30 years of study of the way of the sword, there was no art of the sword that I was unable to wield," Yi Futian said calmly. Everyone had their eyes on him at the moment. "No art of the sword that I was unable to wield. He really has a big mouth indeed." But then again, that was how it usually was with geniuses, especially he was one who had studied the way of the sword for 30 years and found his training completed one morning, who then went into the world and achieved fame with just a single attack. There was no reason for him not to be proud. "So you are saying that you possess talents of multiple attributes, and you have infused them all into your way of the sword then? It would seem that yet another genius of the sword emerged in the county of Yen then." The county king of Yen hardly minded Yi Futian's big mouth. He had been training for years and had seen too many younger generations of excellent caliber. Be they humble or haughty, eventually it was their swords that did the talking. There was more than one way to walk to the path of the sword. So long as the swordsman was exceptional enough and their mind clear and flawless, any path could have been their own way of the sword. But then again, Huan Xue, who was at Yi Futian's side, felt rather speechless and was unable to wait to distance herself from him. Other than the county king of Yen, there were also lords of other holy lands present. They were all very powerful sword saints, and their students were top-notch geniuses. Despite Yi Futian's extraordinary powers, but he remained haughty even in such an event, claiming as if his way of the sword was unparalleled in the county of Yen. She was puzzled as to why her father bothered to deliberate bring him up. Is father really buying his bullshit? Which of your swords would be the strongest then? A woman beside the county king of Yen asked. Yi Futian turned his eyes to her. The twins were really identical in just about any way. If it had not been for the difference in their clothing, it might have been near impossible to tell them apart. All of them are just as strong, Futian answered. Everyone gave Futian peculiar looks. Despite the fact that he was indeed very powerful for being able to best Nie Yun with a single attack, but did he not know how to be prudent in such situations? All of them are just as strong. Huan Xuan noticed the eyes that the others looked at Futian with, and she wanted very badly to just leave, instead of sitting beside someone like that. Couldn't you keep a lower profile? Futian, however, looked completely at ease, as if he never noticed how the others looked at him. That was the seventh swordsman, unbridled, free, and going about things as he fancied, yet nonetheless possessed talents of the sword that were peerless. Such a swordsman would have pulled anything, and there would have been hardly any reason to be surprised. The princess who asked before was at a loss for words after hearing Futian's answer. One should have a focus in the arts they practice, and more so when it comes to the art of the sword. Picking up too much would render one's way of the sword impure. Despite your supreme talents, you should still have an art that you majored in. Li Hanqing of the Ziwei sword clan looked at Futian and said, "The great path connects all. Knowing one would open the path to knowing all. That is the same with the way of the sword." Futian did not bother to even look up. He added calmly, "Having spent decades to polish my art, no one knows the purity of my way of the sword better than I would. Any ways of training with the sword touched only on the methods. What a swordsman truly studies is the sword and nothing else." "So you are saying that you have developed complete mastery of the art of the sword then?" Kai Huang of the Juk sword clan asked as well. "There are many senior sword saints with us today. Please ask the seniors if any of them dare to claim that they have developed complete mastery." Futian continued, "One's journey on sword training has no bounds." None of the others said anything else and simply looked at Futian. "Regardless of how good he is with a sword, but you have to give it to him, he really has a way with words." All of what he said made everyone else speechless. "Splendid." The county king of Yen smiled and said, after seeing the banquet falling into awkward silence, "The great path is interconnected, and knowing one grants access to all. One's journey on sword training has no bounds. Being able to comprehend that much at such an age, it was no surprise why you have been able to accomplish so much with your sword." While there were few who performed rather admirably, but he did not see any supremely powerful figures that H wished to see. But then again, those handful would have emerged to be extraordinary cultivators once they were further nurtured in the upper worlds. "What are you doing following us?" a voice was heard below the steps. Many turned around and saw quite a number of swordsmen of the county of Yen heading towards the direction of the ones from Sword Mountain, led by the county king of Yen. Li Hanqing was among those swordsmen as well. However, there was an unusually handsome figure walked behind those swordsmen, seemingly heading towards the same direction. Yan Qingyi's brow twitched seeing that and said to Futian, "I'm not following you." Futian replied plainly. The county king of Yen turned around to look at Futian. Kai Huang of the Juk sword clan then jabbed sarcastically, "You didn't even dare to fight in the prior battles, and now you actually have the gall to come right behind us swordsmen from the county of Yen?" Futian glanced at him, and remained standing where he was. He looked straight ahead of him, and ahead of the swordsmen of the county of Yen, he saw a group of people who stood upright quietly somewhere, as if they were all swords. Those people were from the Sword Mountain of the upper worlds. "My name is Seventh Swordsman. I have heard that the Sword Mountain was the number holy land of the sword in the entire Dali dynasty. As such, I came to ask for a challenge," Futian said with a brimming voice, which pierced through the space like a sword. The chatter around them gradually subsided within mere moments, and their surroundings turned dead silent before long. Countless eyes turned to look at one direction at that moment. Futian was seen standing upright like a sword, as if he was the only one worth being noticed in all of the heavens and the earth. Someone from the lower worlds actually skipped the entire event of battles and went up to challenge the swordsmen of the Sword Mountain. The sword saint of fierce wind stood up from far away, who was speechless after hearing Futian's voice. Did he really think that no cultivators throughout the 9 counties of Dali were worth having him draw his sword? So he actually went up to challenge the Sword Mountain instead? Someone who spent 30 years polishing his art of the sword is actually this arrogant. The eyes of the swordsman of the county of Yen froze and looked at Yi Futian with baffled expressions. He is actually challenging the Sword Mountain? How insolent! The Sword Saint of Ziwei said. The 7 swordsmen did not participate in the battles prior, and Yi Futian was actually coming up to challenge the students of the Sword Mountain, when his student, Li Hanxing, was going to greet them. What is he trying to pull here? Even the likes of King Li and Lu Chuan turned their eyes to look at the handsome figure standing alone. We have not seen you fight in the battles before. Why do you come to challenge the Sword Mountain instead? Princess Liu turned her eyes at Yi Futian. It seemed baffling that someone just appeared out of nowhere to challenge the #1 holy land of the sword in the upper worlds. Yi Futian turned to look at Liu calmly and said, I have watched the battles and saw none of the cultivators of the 9 counties were worthy of having me draw my sword. As such, I'd like to try my hand against the Sword Mountain instead. Insolence. Liu's expression changed somewhat. His father was the one who managed all of the 9 counties of Dali. His father had called all cultivators of the 9 states there to hold the event as the upper worlds were recruiting, and yet, Yi Futian claimed that none of the cultivators of Dali were worthy of having him draw his sword. Lu Chuan looked at Yi Futian with puzzled eyes. Throwing such words in such an occasion was not action that could have been amply described by the word insolence alone. The swordsman of the county of Yen stopped and looked at that lone figure. A figure stepped out at that time, and it was none other than the strongest swordsman below Saint Plain of the Juk Sword clan, Kai Huang. Every step he took was imbued with frightening power, and he pressed on to Yi Futian. His life spirit burst forth, and a huge sword appeared. Terrifying sword will was shot at Yi Futian within moments. Boom! Kai Huang stepped into the air, and heavy swords lined up around him. The raging pressure was transformed into torrential sword aura. The heavy sword streaked through the air ferociously with a boom. Yi Futian looked up at him, and stood quietly where he was. Sword will coursed about his body, and the huge swords, which was shooting down at him, stopped all of a sudden before him, as if they were all blocked by a powerful sword will. Boom! Kai Huang took a huge sword and charged straight at him. Yi Futian waved his hand, and a heavy sword appeared right before him as well. Extremely heavy pressure burst forth. He pushed with his hand, and the heavy sword shot forward, clashing with Kai Huang's sword. A low rumble was heard, and Kai Huang's charging figure was stopped altogether, and it seemed as if his sword was suspended as well, feeling terrifying pressure bearing on his entire being. Yi Futian slapped on the heavy sword, which flew and with sharp, piercing noises. Kai Huang's sword was broken inch by inch, until Yi Futian's heavy sword punched right through his defenses and landed on his body. Kai Huang was thrown far away within an instant, throwing up blood from his mouth. The power of your sword is too weak, Yi Futian said plainly. He never moved an inch throughout the fight, and launched only one single attack with one single clap. Too weak had been his appraisal of Kai Huang before. Crack! Towering sword was shot to the air at the moment. Linya of the Sword Clan of the Storms brought terrifying sword will of the storms down from above, as if the air was about to burst. Lightning crackled about Yi Futian, and a sword of lightning appeared before him. He took one step forward and charged into the massive bolts of lightning. One sword attack, and the surroundings seemed to have split open. The lightning was nowhere to be seen anymore. Boom! A rumble was heard, and at the very next moment, lightning crackled all over Linya of the Sword Clan of the Storms. His clothing was all torn, and his face looked burnt. You lack explosive power. Yi Futian's voice was heard from midair. That was how he evaluated Linya before. Yan Qingyi and Yan Zi took one look at each other, and the sisters flashed about, turning into mirages. Sword will filled their surroundings, as if countless specters lashed out at Yi Futian with boundless sword will. Yi Futian's eyes were as pointed as swords, as he calmly glanced at the two of them. He stepped out and disappeared from where he stood right away. Dazzling flash of the sword was seen in the air, and thousands of sword aura were launched. One sword was all it had taken to break all of their spells. The swords of both Yan Qingyi and Yan Zi were nowhere to be found. A corner of their dresses were torn. They stopped moving and looked down at their torn corner of their clothing, while their arms were shaking. It still took just one attack. None of the swordsmen of the county of Yen had been able to withstand more than one sword attack. Chapter 1099. The Yen Sisters, the Daughters of the County of Yen. The Yen Sisters, the Daughters of the County of Yen. Kai Huang and Lin Ye, both of whom were number ones of the Juk Sword Clan and the Sword Clan of the Storm in the county of Yen respectively. None of them were able to take more than a single attack from him. In just one instant, the vast space turned dead silent. The minds of the swordsmen of the county of Yen were rattled. Their eyes were pointed as they looked straight ahead at Yi Futian. The sword saint of fierce wind went out of his way to introduce Yi Futian, claiming that he had bested Nye Yun with just one attack with his sword. Many thought Yi Futian would have been extraordinary, so much so that even the county of kings shared that opinion. Yet, when it came to the battles, Yi Futian had been all talk and no show. No one else paid him any attention by then, especially after his wildly insolent words, which made him look more like just an unruly jerk. And then, he finally drew his sword. One attack on one opponent. That was all. The very reason why he acted as such in the prior battles was not because he was unable to draw his sword, but that no one was truly deemed worthy enough for him to do so. As such, he skipped the battles altogether and came to ask those of the Sword Mountain, the number one holy land of the sword in all of Dali instead. The sword saint of fierce wind stood far away, with his eyes fixed on the lone, proud figure standing high in the air. His handsome figure emanated intense sword will, which had the bone-deep pride weaved into it. That pride was that of a swordsman. That was probably the true seventh swordsman, a swordsman who ventured outside of the mountain of hidden swords, a swordsman who was little else than a swordsman. He sought to further his way of the sword and nothing else. He cared little for the opinions of others, for his concern was reserved for his sword, and his sword only. Thus, he did not play according to the rules of Dali and fought in the battles, as he simply deemed that no one fighting in those battles had been worthy of fighting him. Huanqiu watched the dazzling flashes of the sword by the sword saint of fierce wind's side and was utterly speechless. If he was so capable with a sword, why did he not fight earlier? Huanqiu said in a low voice, seemingly finding the state of affairs unacceptable. Cutting-edge geniuses were mostly stubborn and lonesome. True extraordinary figures are the ones with the right to break all rules. The sword saint replied. Maybe he truly is one of those people. If Yi Futian had been able to hear the sword saint of fierce wind's comments about him, he would have thought about how successful that image that he fashioned had been. At the very least, in the eyes of the sword saint of fierce wind, that was the seventh swordsman that he would have wanted the people of Dali to see. An insolent, arrogant, stubbornly prideful swordsman of extraordinary caliber, who saw everyone else to be beneath him. In the world of the seventh swordsman, there was no place for overbearing authority and rules. There was only the way of the sword. With the imperial advisor of Dali ordering to gather geniuses from all over the lower worlds personally, a student of the imperial advisor coming all the way to the lower worlds, and King Li hosting an event to gather mighty ones of all 9 counties to King Li's palace, there was no doubt that Dali dynasty would have been able to stomach a stubborn yet extraordinary swordsman like him. All of you stand down, a elder of the Sword Mountain said to the people of the county of Yen. The county king of Yen led the swordsmen and stepped aside, except one. The one person was Li Hanqing of the Ziwei Sword Clan, who was ranked 3rd in the battles prior, and was taken in by the Sword Mountain to be their own. So you skipped the battles altogether and challenged those from the Sword Mountain, because you thought that none in the 9 counties of Dali were worthy of having you draw your sword? A saint of the Sword Mountain asked Yi Futian. Indeed. Yi Futian nodded. Yet the few moves that you have just showed remained inadequate to have the students of the Sword Mountain accept your challenge. That sword saint gazed at Yi Futian and said, if he intended to break the rules, then he needed to bring corresponding prowess for doing so. Li Hanqing walked up to Yi Futian as soon as the saint finished talking. Li Hanqing was 2 from the 9 counties of Dali, but Yi Futian claimed before that none were worthy of having him draw his sword. He glanced at Li Hanqing and sensed the sword will on his would-be opponent. He then turned his eyes to look at Zhu Jingdao and Qin Sung, saying, I said that none who fought in the battles were worthy of having me draw my sword. If you want to see me in action, then all three of you shall move against me at once." Everyone was speechless after hearing that. The three he meant were naturally the top three strongest figures who fought in the battles. Qin Tseng of the county of Shangqin, Zhuo Jindao of the county of Dongyan, and Li Hanqing of the county of Yin. All three of them were figures at the absolute top who had been able to touch the Great Path. They were the three strongest figures below St. Plain in all of the 9 counties of Dali. Even at that very moment, Futian still claimed that they were not worthy of having him draw his sword, and he had all three of them gang up on him instead. His unbridled nature ignited the blood of countless. They thought before that the battles were already over when Qin Tseng proved invincible in all of the 9 counties of Dali. No one would have expected that the 7 swordsmen, a nobody at that moment, emerged out of the blue and challenged those from the Sword Mountain. Qin Tseng, Zhuo Jindao, and Li Hanqing all looked at Futian. All three of them have already proven that they were the strongest in all of the lower worlds of Dali. At that moment, Futian walked out. Is he trying to just step on us to prove his superior talents? Li Hanqing took to the air and a sword appeared in his hand. Stars dazzled and the skies were lit up. Sword will circled around him and the will of the great path strewn about. Countless sword flashes of the stars rained down on Futian like swords of meteors, whooshing loudly as they bombarded the ground from above. Futian gave him a cold look and burst with terrifying sword will about him, emanating the will of the great path as well. Interesting. King Li chuckled. The 7 swordsmen only emanated the will of the great path at that moment, as if none of the swordsmen from the county of Yen before were worthy of having him do so. The light of the sun seemed to have burst from behind, emanating scorching heat like that of the sun as well. A scalding sword of blazing sun appeared before him, pulsing with the will of burn everything down. At the very next moment, their surroundings became covered with freezing ice. A sword of freezing ice appeared right after. Storms raged after that and howled in the air, as the sword of raging storms appeared. Lightning flashed about like the light of calamity of doomsday, as the sword of blitzing thunder appeared. And finally, the heavy sword of the stars materialized with powerful might. The 5 swords lined up and hovered right before Futian. The swordsman of the county of Yen was astonished once again. The pupils of the sword saint of fierce wind dilated. Futian claimed in the county king's residence that blazing sun, freezing ice, raging storms, blitzing thunder, there was no art of the sword that he was unable to train with. Those big words have proven true after all. Li Hanqing's expression changed somewhat when he saw all that. He flashed like a comet and drew his sword, which rained down on Futian like meteor shower. Blazing Sunday. Futian's will merged with his surroundings and the sword of blazing sun shot out as he willed it. It seemed as if the light of the sun dazzled in the air, devouring the stars, and within an instant, the rain of swords burned. That sword continued its way forward, charging through the rain of swords and headed towards Li Hanqing. Countless swords, which had been raining down, merged into a single blade and clashed with the sword of blazing sun, intended to destroy it from within. Freezing ice. The second sword was launched, emanating cold that was seemingly about to freeze souls. The sword of freezing ice streaked forward, conjuring frost as it went along. The flow of sword wills around it slowed down, and Li Hanqing seemed to have been covered with a sheet of frost. Li Hanqing's body spun and threw a dazzling flash of the meteor. Countless sword will in the air melded into a beam of dazzling light as it tore through space. Futian remained standing where he was silently. His moved his hand and had both swords of raging storm and blitzing thunder shot out. They streaked through their air. The sword of raging storms cut right through Li Hanqing's sword and the sword of blitzing thunder closed in. Li Hanqing's face turned pale. Boom! A rumble was heard as his body seemed like it was about to explode. The lightning flashes consumed his body, and that mighty one from the Ziwei sword clan sported startled looks. However, Futian's sword did not destroy Li Hanqing and had simply sent him flying far away. He then spitted quite a bit of blood. Futian, on the other hand, never budged throughout the fight. Zhuo Jindao made his move right afterwards, turning into a beam of burning golden light, heading towards Futian like a god of war. His moved like a bolt of lightning and was emanating overbearing will of the great path throughout his body, intending to crush everything in his path. The four swords appeared, and yet Zhuo Jingdao did not flinch at all. He turned into golden lightning and continued to streak through the air. The swords came soon enough, and the wills of the great path from both sides clashed. The space was rattled, and Zhuo Jingdao looked like a true god of war, with the swords seemingly incapable of breaking through him. He actually intended to take Yi Futian's swords head-on. That scene excited countless. Zhuo Jingdao might have proven capable of fighting Yi Futian toe-to-toe after all. However, at that moment, Yi Futian finally moved. He stepped out, and the air seemed to rattle as he did, with his immediate vicinity shrouded in his might. Many saw Yi Futian took one sword with both hands and descended from above. The heavy sword was brought down as their surroundings howled. Zhuo Jingdao felt the looming pressure, and his expression finally changed. He roared angrily and turned into a golden god of war, continuing to charge into the air. Yi Futian's sword came. Boom! A stifling rumble was heard, and as expected, Zhuo Jingdao's body dropped from the sky. Boom! The platform was shaken as Zhuo Jingdao's body hit the ground below, feeling as if his internal organs had all been ruptured as blood came spilling from his mouth. Qin Seng took to the air, and his body disappeared from where he stood right away. He appeared right above Yi Futian at the very next moment, shooting out with his palm attacks right onto Yi Futian. Yi Futian threw his hand at the attacks, cutting through the palm strikes as if his hand was a sword itself. However, Qin Seng disappeared right away and appearing somewhere else, again, throwing down his palm attacks. It all happened in an instant, and the spectators saw the space being filled with Qin Seng's silhouette everywhere. Every single attack seemed to be imbued with the power of the Great Path, tearing the air apart as they flew at Yi Futian. Return. Boundless sword will circled around Yi Futian, capable of tearing anything that had gotten near apart. His body spun at the very next moment. Countless flashes of the sword howled at the same time in an instant, shrouding the sky, and the flashes of the sword were seen everywhere. Boom, 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 the huge palm attacks continued to rage on. Sword will filled the air in that very next instant. Regardless how Qin Seng dodged, he was forced to take Yi Futian's sword head-on. Raging aura coursed around his body, merging with the great path. His palm attack shot in a frenzy to resist the sword wills, tearing them apart. Yet, at the very next moment, he saw a mirage and sensed extremely scorching sword will. He roared, and his hands were thrown out with earth-shattering might. A sword was lashed out, cutting through space and shattering the palm attack. The flash of the sword emerged, and his face was frozen with shock. His heart raced, and he felt as if he was about to asphyxiate. The flash of the sword came and went before him in an instant. Time and space seemed to have been halted. Qin Seng's body shuddered as he extended a trembling hand, touching his brow from top to bottom, finding a shallow gash. The sword was not brought down on him. Qin Seng took one look at the streak of blood on his fingertips, and looked up at Yi Futian. He thought that he had been invincible below Saint Plain in all of Dali. He also proven that with his efforts in the battle. Yet, there was an extraordinary swordsman appearing out of nowhere right before him. None in all of the 9 counties of Dali are able to take on your sword indeed. Qin Seng turned around and left, looking somewhat dejected. Countless eyes gazed at that handsome swordsman standing in the air at that moment. None in the 9 counties of Dali were able to withstand a single attack from his sword. Yi Futian did not concern himself with the opinions of the people. He turned his eyes at the ones from the Sword Mountain and said, I, the 7th swordsman, wish to challenge the Sword Mountain. The 7th swordsman seemed to have seen nothing but the way forward with his sword. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.